Alrighty, we good to go in the booth? Awesome. All right, let's go ahead and kick this meeting off. Welcome to the June 24th, excuse me, sorry, false start. Good evening and welcome everybody to the June 24th, 2025 Board of Commissioners meeting for the town of Waxhaw. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and to give thanks and praise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Alrighty, thank you very much, everyone. Let's see, let's start off with a motion to adopt the agenda. Any amendments or adjustments to the agenda tonight? Very well then, can I get a motion to adopt tonight's agenda?
Excuse me, Mayor, I do think that we have one item that needs to be removed, and that's a recognition of Ryan Womack. He is not going to be able to attend.
So from the recognition,
and they've asked to move it to July 8th.
Very well. We'll go ahead and remove item F2 from the agenda. Any other amendments or adjustments to the agenda? Very well. Now can I get a motion to adopt tonight's agenda?
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. All right, our agenda is so adopted. Next up, we have general public comments. We have 4 folks that have signed up bravely and courageously to make a public comment this evening. I ask you to keep them to 3 minutes, keep them civil, keep them polite, and keep them directed to the board as a whole and not an individual or a member of the audience. First up, we have William Stout.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is William Stout. I own the Textile Skate Shop in Waxhaw, North Carolina. And I want to start by saying I've owned a business in 5 other cities and a skate shop in 3. And I've never seen a community so supportive, especially on the municipal side, of that seeing the value of skateboarding. So I do appreciate that a lot. I remember 4 months ago, we brought up some issues of some immediate repairs that needed to be brought attention to the skate park. And I think in 48 hours, I was out there with Parks and Rec walking and showing them exactly what needed to be done. In less than 2 weeks, they were repaired. So thank you so much for that. I believe the Waxhaw Skate Park is about over 20 years old, and there's only been 1 renovation done to the skate park in the last 20 years. Skate parks are different than other Parks and Rec parks, and the fact that it's not a baseball field. They don't need constant renovation. It's kind of just a parking lot. It's set it and forget it. In 10, 15 years, we're going to need to make a repair, but it's definitely that time that there needs to be a revitalization for the skate park. Let's see. Sorry, I just got some notes. Mainly being skateboarding is the 6th most popular sport in America right now, and 2020 was added to the Olympics, and it's been gaining popularity ever since. A modern park will provide us with the opportunity to host competitions and bring more tourism to Waxhaw. And let's see. So with the skateboarding community, we do have connections with skate park builders. It's difficult to repair skate parks once they're built, but we worked with local skate park builders in Florence, South Carolina, and Irmo, and I know they would be willing to help out. I've talked to the mayor of Irmo, and he initially was against that skate park getting built in Irmo, and he actually came out to the border event very recently, and there was he gave a great speech. I've never seen a mayor at a skateboarder event down there, so it was really awesome to see that people are starting to see the value of skateboarding and what it can bring to the community. But I think that's pretty much all I had. I just wanted to be a resource. Any questions, any way that we can help y'all, or any, I guess, things that we can provide to help y'all, is that, just let us know, and we'd like to be there and as a resource and help y'all with the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, I'm going to give this a try. We have Jean Leon Thompson. Did I get that right? Jean.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for allowing me to speak at this meeting. I attend the Waxhaw Skate Park very, very often. Not just the park, the town in general. I love it. It's one of the most peaceful places I've been to. And I'd like to say that I would enjoy seeing newer things to be built and more diversity. And I'd like to see more people come to Waxhaw and enjoy it as I do, as my peers, and everybody else that lives in the town of Waxhaw. And I'd like to say that I am very grateful for being able to live in such a great town. And I also love, the community that I have every single day. I walk outside, I see my neighbor, I say hello, and they say hello back. It's just a really nice, pleasant feeling. And I'd like to say that I'd like to keep it up, but we, of the skaters of Waxhaw, we have seen the skate park and its changes, and we'd like to see if it could, have a more modern touch for it to bring more attraction from people outside the town of Waxhaw. And I think that it would bring more better community, more thriving economy as well, for people to come to splurge about and not, have something that's like too old or, But I think Waxhaw is definitely on the rise of being something big, and I'd like to see that from Waxhaw. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have, I believe this is Kofi Saki. Hope I was close.
You're spot on, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kofi. I'm one of the older generation of Waxhaw skaters. So I really got back into skating heavy again because of Waxhaw Skate Park. During COVID, a lot of kids didn't have much to do. We were hanging out at the park, and those were some of the best times, even as an older skater. I'm 31 right now, but skating keeps me alive. It keeps me young. It keeps me moving. It keeps me healthy. And I really do agree with Leon's statement of we should modernize the park. I feel like thousands of dollars are missing, not from the park, but from the community, because out-of-towners haven't noticed that the Waxhaw Skate Park has a culture of its own. So skaters not only come there just to skateboard, but we go there just to hang out. There's people that I'll literally tell them to get off the ramp because they're just hanging out. And I love that you'll come to a skate park and just hang out as a different feel. It's not like corporatized to where, oh, we always have to be doing tricks or anything. No, some of us just like hanging out there. We like talking about social problems. Some of the kids at the skate park, as the older skater, I help nurture them. I raise a generation of skaters. Some of them, they have family problems. They don't know what's going on. And I tell them as an older, like an older brother, hey, you should do this, you should do that. you know, maybe listen to your parents here. I understand, but it's better to, you know, have an open mindset. So the Waxhaw Skate Park is just more than just skating. It's raising a new generation, raising a healthy generation, because a lot of these things the kids are exposed to, they don't know that it has an effect on them until it's too late. But sometimes we snuff it out at the skate park. We say, instead of crying, how about you do a trick? So. And then I would also like to say it has a diverse group of people, like Leon said. I mean, right here is 3 black skaters, and as we all know, town of Waxhaw is not really black, it's mostly white, but the skate park brings different people. We've seen Hispanics, we've seen white people, Asians. I skated with a couple of Asians. They were like, yeah, we were out of town, but we wanted to check out the park, and I think that's just so cool that something like Waxhaw has that. So I would just like to say that if you guys could help us out in any way, we're grateful. You guys did build the park in the back of the skate park, the pump track. We're thankful for that, but any modernization, we're extremely thankful for that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have Carson McCrory.
What's up, y'all? I'm Carson. I work at the local skate shop, Textile, and I live about 10 minutes from Waxhaw Skate Park. To me, Waxhaw has just been like a huge, like, resource for me to like find friends, and I've met other creative people inside this community who like make music with them or make clothes or like I don't know, I just feel like Waxhaw Skate Park has like brought together all the right people, and like in times in my life where like I was really confused, I feel like I kind of met the right people because of this park. And just skateboarding in general, I feel like just teaches kids to like keep trying, and like, you know, sky's the limit. Anything that like you believe you can do, you can actually do it. And I think like investing in that park is just gonna like, it's gonna make all of us go up, and just, it's gonna provide a future for these young kids who are so passionate about skateboarding. Like it really is in 2025, like something you can make a career out of. And I just think like if we updated the park, like that could bring people from other communities over here who might not ever check out Waxhaw. And like personally, like all the parks that I like to skate, other than Waxhaw, of course, are in Charlotte. And like I'll drive like 40 minutes to an hour and a half for a good skate park. So it would truly be something that brings people from all over. And you know, trying to keep this skate shop open, it would bring a whole lot more skaters, and especially, you know, people our age. Like usually at the skate shop, I see a lot of like a younger demographic, which, you know, there's nothing wrong with that, but it would be refreshing to see more kids my age come into Waxhaw because they heard we have a cool park or something that would be worth checking out. Yeah, that's about it.
Well, thank you very much. Well, thank you all 4 of you for making your comments, and all six of you for joining. I'll just add one little clarification. You don't have to thank me for speaking. Speaking's your right. It's number 1. It's the first one for a reason. So I thank you for coming and speaking and letting us know where the community's at and where the skate park is at, because you guys are proving what the democratic process is about, why the First Amendment is first, and why we have a representative form of government. You're speaking your mind, you're speaking your redress to your government, and your government's listening. So thank you. All righty, next up, the consent agenda. Could I get a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
All in favor?
As amended, right?
Was there amendment to this consent
I
agenda?
think Ms. Barbie made an amendment.
No, that was recognition F2 that was removed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the consent agenda is as listed. There was a motion to approve it. All in favor? Any opposed? No. Okay, consent agenda is so approved. Next up, we have a recognition tonight. Emily Leonard, come on down.
Bring this down a bit. Good evening. Emily Learned, the HR director here. I would like to welcome a new hire. So we have Mr. Bradley LaCour here as our new PIO and communications manager. He just started yesterday and already getting immersed here. Just a little background information on Bradley. He attended Western Carolina University and received his bachelor's in communication in broadcasting and journalism. He began his career as a news producer in Virginia, made his way around to a few news stations as producer until he came back to Charlotte area where he was executive producer at WCNC. In 2022, he went to the city of Monroe as their communications specialist and then became their communications supervisor. Bradley's won several awards during his career so far, as well as acquired several certifications, and he recently received his advanced PIO certification, so congratulations on that. Bradley has a wealth of knowledge and experience, and we're very excited to have him here at Waxhaw, and we know he'll be a huge asset to the team and also to this community. So welcome, Bradley, and if you would like to say a few words, we'd love for you to do that.
Good evening, board. It's very nice to be here. I look forward to working with you all, getting to know you better, and serving the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. All righty. That concludes recognition. So we jump to old business. Mr. Richard Hicks, interim town manager. Let's talk about the budget.
Okay, y'all ready? Tom, I don't have a prepared presentation for you this evening. What you have before you is a proposed budget with a tax rate of 31 cents. That gives you a total budget of just over $26 million. Y'all have been given detailed information about the budget. We've had several work sessions. So what we'd like to do this evening is if you have any questions, the staff will be more than happy to try and answer those for you, or if you have any suggestions, or if you want to move forward with the adoption of the budget, we'll help you through that process. So at this time, Mayor, I'll turn it back over to the board for your desire.
Does the board have any comments or questions regarding the budget as it's been proposed?
As you know, we are required to have one adopted prior to June 30th, which would be next Monday. Not to say we couldn't have additional meetings, but we do have to have staff time to get all of the budget information into our software packages, do necessary payroll changes and all that. So we would ask you that you move forward this evening if that's possible, but you're not required to. So as long as we get something by next Monday.
One question that I had as I was reviewing the budget and all the line items was we just recently, like a year or so ago, started trimming trees. And I was wondering if that's something that was compulsory as part of adopting the road, or was this something the town kind of voluntarily chose to take on? And I was curious if we undid that choice.
I'm going to have Todd come up here. He's been looking at that, and
Yeah.
he probably has a much better history of how that transpired and what our options
Okay.
are there. So.
As far as the trees, I really don't know why we're taking care of them, because I've been here 23 years and we just started like 2 years ago. In the bylaws of Millbridge, it says the homeowner's responsible for it. In the bylaws of Curitan, it says the homeowner's responsible for it. For some reason, they said because we make them put it in the planting strip that we should be responsible for them.
Yeah.
If you go back and look at Anklin Forest and Lawson and everywhere, they make them put them in the yard, but we don't take care of those. So what's the difference?
Okay, so that's a potential reduction maybe in some of the burden on public
Right.
services. Do you think that would impact your staffing needs at that
Yeah.
point?
Right.
Okay,
If we didn't have to trim trees, we could take care of the roads. We wouldn't need 2 people.
okay,
We just got a crack sealer machine and a sidewalk machine we could take care of without
Okay.
hiring anybody, if we didn't have to trim the trees. In Curitan Phase 1, there's 618 trees. I counted the parkway this morning, there was almost 400 just on the parkway. I feel like we've probably taken care of around 6,000 trees over 5 years. And we
That's a lot
only
of
come
trees.
back every 5 years, so Millbridge sent a long letter out to the residents saying that y'all can trim the suckers off and trim from the bottom up, just don't trim from the top down like someone wants to do.
yeah,
They take care of them when we're not there. I counted up today what we got to replace this fall. It was around 152 trees at $25,250. That's us doing it,
that's because we adopted the tree care and
Right.
maintenance and replacement
right?
instead of leaving it to the HOAs. Okay,
And, I mean, I got a price maybe 3 years ago, if somebody would trim the ones in Millbridge, and one price was $170,000 to trim all the trees, even the small ones that don't take 2 minutes to do, just the
Yeah.
bigger ones up front do. And another guy quoted $287,000. Curitan paid for theirs to get done about 4 years ago, and I think they paid somewhere around $100,000 to do the 618 trees.
Yep.
But then you got McPherson and all those has got the trees. You got willow oaks and a 4-foot planting strip that's gonna get 68 inches.
Yeah.
So this here is $50,000 a drop in the bucket, what it's gonna be in 15 years.
yeah, exactly. That's what worries me because,
Yeah.
as we all know, trees grow.
Yeah, each tree we plant is $250, and that's us planting it.
Yeah,
So, and I got
Okay.
these if y'all want.
thank you. Would the board be in favor of removing the tree maintenance aspect of the budget?
Mayor, I think also, as you have new subdivisions being built, I think we also require the trees in the new subdivisions, don't we, James?
Oh, yeah.
I want to be moving forward with additional trees, so your costs will only get bigger in the future. So.
Yeah, because there's 40 homes,
This is what
they've
would have
got
to
trees in the
change.
planting strips. So that's gonna make the price go up.
Yeah. Okay,
Any new development is gonna have trees in the planting strips, and that's gonna add to that.
and I don't suppose that's a line item in the budget, tree trimming in your budget? It's just your staffing needs and looking at your staffing, it's
Right.
kind of, okay,
And we do have a line item, I think it's $50,000, but that's for sidewalks and trees.
okay,
And we kind of held back this year because we went over on another line item
yeah,
to make up for that, for the signs and stuff we had to order.
okay,
But, yeah, we could burn up $50,000 real easy. Because there's probably close to 8. Not only are the trees bad, but the sidewalks are getting pushed up now.
Yeah,
And you get
exactly.
Trip hazard.
and that's
There's
something
probably
we'll be
over
taking care of anyway, so,
600 or 700 of those that need to be ground down or replaced.
exactly,
We replaced some on Sunset Hill. I don't know, it's maybe 20 panels, cost us $48,000.
okay. So is this a document that needs to be updated for your directives, or is it just a policy verbal, or what needs to be done to formalize discontinuing tree
You would need
maintenance?
Some formal action by the board.
Yeah.
Saying that
Okay.
you're not going to do maintenance anymore. You'd have to, send out a notice to all the
Okay,
property
so it's a matter of just sort of publishing what the board decides tonight. There's no rules, there's no laws that need to be changed or written. Okay,
And what happens when the public starts pruning the trees, then it's up to the HOA to make sure they do it right.
yep,
And you seen that letter that Dennis sent out, so
yeah,
they know what everybody's looking for.
okay,
And plus, we got the county arborists that we pay that can come and give them a
exactly.
talk at one of the HOA meetings.
Okay.
Thank you.
So could I get a motion from the board to discontinue tree maintenance and care within the HOAs?
I'd like to make a motion to discontinue care of tree trimming in the HOAs. What was that?
HOAs and, yeah.
Yeah. No more tree trimming.
Yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
I'll kind of recap one of the items here. I think with the 31-cent tax rate, you do have some, about $917,000 of additional reserves for capital projects. I also sent you out some additional information last Thursday. Tom, we've given you a fairly conservative number on sales tax revenues, franchise tax revenues. Tom, I think those numbers will actually be higher than what we have proposed in the budget. In the past, we have been very conservative on those numbers, and you usually bring in more than you actually budgeted. We did have one item, the ABC distribution. I think we budgeted at $374,000 in the proposed budget, and based on the ABC budget, which will be adopted soon or has been adopted, they'll actually give you about $598,000 this year. So they've been very good about meeting their budget obligations. So that would be some additional income. If you wanted to make, any additional adjustments to the budget.
Has there been any additional cuts from what you presented last week or 2 weeks ago?
No, that's the same as it was when I presented it during the public hearing. So, there were limited cuts in the budget. We didn't do any significant cuts to it. We did a few, but they weren't anything significant.
Did you cut the what I had suggested regarding the Board of Commissioners cost of living increase?
That's still in there, so that would be something for the board's consideration. I can't remember what the actual total was. I think I've got it here. That's $3,180 is the additional cost, and you add FICA on top of that, which is Social Security. That would be an additional $243. So about $3,400. It's been when budgets were adopted in the past, the board has been given the same percentage increase that the staff was given, so that's why it ends up in the budget. So.
Could I get a motion to discontinue the FY 25-26 merit and cost of living increase for the Board of Commissioners? A motion to not give the raise for 25-26? Tracy mentioned it, and I'm asking for the motion.
Motion to discontinue the cost of living raise for Board of Commissioners.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Any other comments or questions or adjustments folks want to make to the budget?
I was going to add, Mayor, if you wanted to consider increasing some of those revenues, you might have a couple of options. You could add those additional revenues to capital projects, or you could, instead of 31 cents, you make it do 30. So that gives you a couple of options to consider if you want to do those additional revenues.
So this budget has, are all the park and rec fees unchanged?
Yes.
For this fiscal year?
We haven't done anything to the fees yet.
What, who, huh? There's some brouhaha in the back, I think.
Staff's still looking at fees and.
We did some additional to the fee schedule for
So for events, and that would be for folks presenting at the various events, like Kaleidoscope and Autumn
Yeah,
Treasures
for
and such.
events, for the vendor fees, we up those, and food truck fees.
Vendor fees and food truck fees
That
have
was,
gone up.
yep, comments that we got back. And commercial vendor fees to help out with offset some of the cost.
So mainly commercial costs. None of the park and rec rental fees and stuff.
The rental fees have, they came back as a steady with what everybody else is doing. So we didn't go up on those, just the event fees.
So we're keeping some of the park and rec rental and other fees, public-facing fees, we're keeping the same, whereas sort of the more commercial fees you've risen those.
Yes, sir.
And that's linked in here already.
It's in the fee schedule.
It's baked in the cake.
And your building permit fees, they stay the same, so we really
Okay.
hadn't made any adjustments to the fees other than for those events. I'm hoping to pay a larger portion of the cost.
Okay. Cool. Anything else from the board? One of the things that I was recommending in the email that I had sent out was a reduction to the business development budget. That's a line item that is still relatively new compared to the age of the town, and I was recommending a reduction back to the 23-24 budget levels. Is that something we can look into doing?
Tom, if you want to look, I'll give Ashley an opportunity to speak to that if you don't mind.
Sure.
Thank you guys for letting me talk about this. So that rate in FY24 was actually before we had a second staff member. So that was with one staff member and before we doubled our services. So originally our department was downtown focused only. In FY24, we did expand that to be townwide economic development. So including managing recruitment throughout the town, and really setting that economic development strategy townwide. So if we were to lower to a $309,000 budget, that's more than a quarter decrease on our budget and would significantly impact our ability to serve the community. It not only would halt our momentum of our department, but would really cut into years of investment and progress that we have made in the department that's helped make Waxhaw stronger, more connected, more inclusive, as you saw tonight, more supportive, and ultimately more economically resilient. Again, that would be a significant decrease in our budget. It would only give the department $45,000 to perform our services, which is not enough to do what we do. So there would be significant cuts in events, including Fright Night, as well as holiday lights, including our shop local events that we do throughout the year as well, and then maintenance in our town too. So
Okay.
happy to answer any questions. I have lots of information for you, I think. It's possible that I haven't done a great job explaining to you guys what it is that we do, the value that we provide to the town, but also how sustainable our department is. I would argue that we are one of the more sustainable departments in the town as we support growing your commercial tax base, which is a stated goal of our town, that we support that tax base. I think in the FY26 budget, you are projecting $1.1 million in commercial property tax revenue. That not only covers our department's ask, but other departments' asks too. And that's just commercial property tax revenue. That doesn't include the sales tax that we also support townwide too. So, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
How has the commercial versus residential ratio changed over the last 5 years?
Rosie or Mr. Hicks, do you guys have a? Yeah, I would. We have only been a townwide economic development department for about 2 years. I've only had help for 1.5 years, and we've been trying to get a nonprofit off the ground for the last 2 years. So we have not had near the staff support or capacity to help expand, which is what our request was for staff this year, was to really help us expand our strategies. So right now we are barely keeping our head above water. We do have a lot of good going on in town. We've got, I think, 15 commercial buildings that are underway with more than 93, so more than $30 million in commercial projects that are currently underway. And that's going to account for an additional $93,000 in tax revenue for the community. So giving us and supporting our department and expanding our capacity is only going to help us continue to recruit more businesses to town.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that presentation. Anything else from the board? Recommendations, thoughts, concerns?
I move to cut the business development budget by $120,000.
There's a motion on the floor. All in favor? All opposed? All right, that motion fails. Sorry.
Sorry, what was the motion? I didn't hear the.
The motion was to cut the business development budget by $120,000 for the fiscal year 25-26. Okay, that motion did not pass. Any other thoughts or recommendations on the budget? Are we feeling ready to vote on these? What do we want to do? Any motions of any kind anyone want to make? All righty. Well, at this point, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion to approve the budget as presented, which would put the tax rate at 31 cents and leave us $900,000 for capital improvements. Can I get a motion for that? All righty, nobody's willing to give that motion. I think we have more discussing to do, and nobody's discussing anything. So help me out here. Throw me a bone, people. What are we thinking? What do you want to do here? We're at 31 cents. Do we go to 30? Do we go to 29? Call it a day? Want to do this like an auction? How do we want to do this? I've presented some cuts and some reductions. I was thinking we could all maybe kick forward a couple of reductions. I have other reductions and other questions in mind, but they're all much, much smaller, to the tune of a few thousand here and there. So since nobody else is saying anything, I'll jump to my thing. So for PD, we have a line item of 16,300 for rifles and less lethals. Is this something that's a part of the overall plan and strategy for the police department to have firearms that are less lethal? And I noticed this also includes handguns. So I guess the question is, are these for the new officers, or is this just part of maintaining an upkeep, or what's the situation?
That's correct. So we currently do have less lethal capacity. We do have tasers. We have less lethal shotguns that shoot beanbags. We have 40 millimeter that shoot sponges to stop the threat rather than using lethal force. It just gives you another option. We do have taser, and as well as the handguns and rifles. We'll need those for the new personnel that we hire. Those all would have lights and sights on them. They would have optics on them, everything needed to use those in the patrol capacity.
So these are mainly, this is the line item mainly for the new officers then?
Correct.
Okay, so new equipment for new officers.
Right, and then we've got to replace the one handgun that we just allowed the officer to have when he left, his retirement handgun.
Oh yeah, we did that, didn't we?
Yes, so that would be another gun that we would have to buy.
Great.
Thank you.
I see that we have 10,000 for the DARE program. I'm not going near that. I've been familiar with DARE since I was a kid, and I know it's a good program, so I'm glad to see it's here.
The DARE program, it does a lot more than just drugs and alcohol.
Exactly.
There's a lot to that program that we don't know, because in the old days, that's all it was, but now it's way different. So that 10,000 supplies the books, supplies T-shirts, and supplies of the little lion for the award winners. What we don't budget in that is another $5,000 to $7,000 per school. Kensington would be $7,000. Wax Elementary would be $5,000 for all the little lions that would go to every student. PTA tries to supply that, and then other businesses in town, like realty companies, purchase those and give them out to the kids. So thank them for that.
Great.
Thank you.
No, it's definitely a worthwhile program, so I just wanted to point it out. Let
I was
folks
going
know
to say
that
one thing
it
you
was there.
don't see is the long-term effect these officers have on these kids. You got these officers going, to their high school graduations and stuff, so they start them young and they carry all the way through, for an extended period of time for their life.
Okay. Let's see here. So I was noticing in professional services, I think this might be a James question, but we have a line item for Kimley Horn for $80,000. What exactly is that for? It says surveying, permitting, and testing. Is that keeping our people trained, or what is that? It's part of the TIA program, or?
I think that was to assist with the transition between Kimley Horn and the new staff engineer. So some of those monies help to assist with like plan review and that sort of thing, to really deep dive into those specifications to make sure that we're meeting those requirements.
So we're utilizing outside services currently to help maintain the pace of development reviews and so forth.
Until
and
once we
traffic
get that
reviews.
staff engineer in place, that's correct.
Okay.
I mean, unfortunately, we thought we had somebody hired, but they decided to stay where they were, so we're back to square one. So I anticipate using, Kimberly Horn as much until we do get somebody hired.
Sounds good. And then I noticed there's a building rent space allocation, an administrative fee to the town of $3,000 or $30,000. Sorry, we're paying $30,000 to rent space from someone.
I mean, what we're doing there, the inspections department is funded entirely by their fees. So what we're doing is the building inspection fee is making a payment back to the general fund because we're giving them free space. We're paying for the vehicles. It's all town-owned. We're paying insurance and all that. So that's sort of a cost of service that the town is providing. The inspections department, and it's all paid for out of the general fund. So we're actually, paying a portion of that cost back.
So out of the general
So it's
fund,
an income source for the general fund. It's an expense for the inspections department fund.
so this doesn't
they're
take into
paying
account,
us.
this isn't taking into account the income. So because they kind of run their own ledger, we got outs and we got ins. This is showing the out, but there's still money coming in the term.
This is actually them paying us for their office space, for the use of town vehicles, for property and liability, insurance, coverages and everything. So they're just paying their fair share of the operational cost of the general fund.
Because what's not shown here is the income they're getting as a result of them providing that service. So, okay. So it's almost like a for-profit enterprise running a business inside town hall and then
They're
paying
their
rent to
share
town hall.
of the actual operation cost.
Okay.
Here.
That makes perfect sense.
So we could save $66,500 if we reduced autumn treasures to one day and cut out the kids zone. So I'm going to move to do that.
Do we have a sense of what cutting autumn treasures to one day would do to the overall cost of autumn treasures?
Any thoughts on that, Dana?
Well, can we follow one at a time? Because I think you'd recommended something. Are we going to vote on that and then go to the next?
I did, and we did vote on it. So, do you want to do this systematically, or, we're just kind of free for all because nobody's saying anything. Okay. Well, Richard's got a question, so we'll get Richard's question answered, and then we'll just run down the line. So the question is if we reduce Autumn Treasures to 1 day, does that effectively cut that cost in half? Or is that not really the case?
So the rental of so I heard two things too, the kid zone. So do you not want a kid zone?
Not for $40,000. Not for $40,000, no.
Okay, so that.
And I think we should cut the event to 1 day because it's a very expensive event.
We had also gotten feedback from you all about the possibility of selling tickets in our kids zone to kind of make up for that cost of the $40,000 as well. So with that in mind, is that something you still want to cut?
Well, could you fund the kids zone without us?
Most likely we would not make $40,000 back, no.
That's a,
yes.
In this time, I think that's expensive.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of a want, not a need.
Yes.
I'm kind of looking at this based on that. And so when we're looking at one event, and I know that was a big chunk of it from, I think it was, right? Am I mistaken?
Entertainment's always going to be your biggest line item for any event. So the stage, the bands, the entertainment for the kid zone is always going to be your higher. With the rental for multiple days, we will probably get a discount on just because it's not multiple days.
Mm-hmm.
But you're also going to lower the price of your vendor fees as well because it's only 1 day.
Mm-hmm.
So that's less income coming in for the event as a whole because of you're only there for 1 day.
Mm-hmm. And also with some of the rentals we do, like the stage and Sunbelt, we will actually get charged more to only have it 1 day because they would have to pick up their items on a weekend. And their weekend pickup fees are more expensive. Rather than if it's 2 days, they can come Monday morning and pick up. They won't let their stuff sit out all day Sunday.
So do we want a motion on that at this point? You made a motion? So there was kind of two parts to the motion, so I'll go ahead and chop this up into two.
Just one more clarification. So what was driving up to 40,000?
I'm assuming it's part of the entertainment. The kids zone itself.
I can give you a thorough breakdown if you give me 2 seconds to grab my computer.
Okay.
Okay, 1 sec.
Okay.
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 I think it's majority of the entertainment as a whole. At the top of my head, the kids zone doesn't remember it being at 40,000, but we could definitely get that information.
So if you want to know an exact breakdown of where our money's being spent, bands was $7,400 last year. The kids zone was $33,817.50. Equipment rental, these are things like tent, stage, sound, and then generators and extra cord covers. That was $20,000. Overnight security, and then our crossing guards, that was $4,800. Our shuttle, which is our biggest hit, $18,339. And then for other things, like our barbecue contest, supplies for that was $5,000.
Which we reduced from the previous year because that was a really big ticket item.
It used to be $63,000, our barbecue contest, and we got it down to $5,000. Just having it as backyard barbecue vendors now. And then miscellaneous things like our banners, photography, sandbags, things you have to have an event safe, $5,700, totaling $95,821.
for a 2-day event that brings in 20,000 people?
To give you some perspective, Indian Trail has an event similar to this event. They have rides, they have shuttles, everything is free, just like at Autumn Treasures. It is a 1-day event, and they spend over $100,000 on 1 day. So just some perspective. We did do some research into what other towns were spending to see if there was somewhere we could cut cost. We collaborated with other towns to see what they were doing. And when we found out we were doing a 2-day festival and the same price as a 1-day festival, yeah.
And do you have a breakdown of that kid zone?
Yes, the kids zone. The rides were $24,867. The kids' entertainment, things like the clowns. We constantly have entertainment on the kids' stage, kids' performers. That was $8,950, totaling $33,817.
Right, so Dina, the rides were new, right?
We've always had them, but we always had them in the community corner. So we moved everything to the park this past year to bring people down to the park, and all the kids' stuff is in the park, but because it's more contained, so all of our families are more in a safe environment instead of right beside 16. So we just removed everything. We extended the footprint of the event.
Can I ask, Commissioner Dawn, one more time, your motion was to cut how much?
Well, the kids zone is 40,000, and then
Yes.
half of the cost of Autumn Treasures is 26 and a half, right?
So the total cost of Autumn Treasures for 2 days is around $95,000. If we go down to 1 day, the cost won't cut exactly in half. It would probably be more of like a 70-30 breakdown.
It's like a 30% discount, instead
Yeah.
of 50%.
Because we're still going to have to pay delivery fees, just like we were for these equipment rentals. We're still going to have to find stage and stuff for 1 day. So.
Okay.
But then it's a family-driven community, so if we don't have anything for the kids, then it's just shops and beer, and, I mean, what's going to happen?
And barbecue.
Oh, excuse me, and barbecue, yeah.
Be what remains, and main stage bands, yes.
Okay. So there was a motion to eliminate the kid zones from Autumn Treasures. All in favor?
I have a question.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
With the kids zone, are there things that you can do that can cut, not the kids zone completely, but maybe some things that are incorporated in events and still have something for the kids?
Yes, ma'am. So this past year we did have mechanical rides, which are more costly. We stay away from inflatables due to, and like bounce houses and things like that, due to huge insurance costs, injuries. So we would have to investigate, is there a happy medium in between mechanical rides and bounce houses? I think that's something we can definitely look into. I'm sure those do exist.
So what if, okay, the rides cost almost $25,000. The event is held in the park. What if you had the clowns or some other form of entertainment in the park where you already have activities in the park for the kids to play, and you just take that particular section out without cutting it completely and still having something for the kids?
So if I'm understanding you correctly, the area we have the clowns and the kids' entertainment already is in the park. It's at the amphitheater where the music was for Juneteenth, and that's where the rides are as well. So are you saying remove the kids' entertainment and keep the ride?
No, that's not what I said.
I think she's saying that we tried to do a different alternative kid entertainment.
Yes.
Still keep the social part, but less on the mechanical ride. So we
Okay.
had to figure out.
Yeah, that's,
Because
we
it
can,
runs over almost 25,000.
we can investigate that, yes.
Okay, and then if you take that out and still have less than 10,000 or 8,000, 5,000, whatever the number is, for some other form of entertainment, be it face painting, be it clowns or something, for the kids, and then they can still play in the park. And we're
Yes.
still having family entertainment and bringing your family and your children there as well,
Yes.
without having nothing for them to do.
So how much was the other entertainment part?
8,950.
Could there be a compromise
I'll reduce that then to 10,000.
from the rise, and then
For
we
the
can go
kids zone.
into different types of entertainment?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll change my motion to.
Okay, so we're going to reduce that, right,
So
to
10,000 allotted for a kid zone.
for Kids Zone, which still gives you the opportunity to do some maybe face painting or clowns or something,
Yes.
because we have kids that come. It's kid-friendly, it's family-friendly.
So we can do an alternative kids zone just without the mechanical rides. That is the major of the cost.
Because you still have the swings and the other things in the park that you're using now.
So, Commissioner, I heard just reduce $10,000 from that specific area. Is that right?
Are you
Well,
saying-
to 10,000.
To then,
10,000 total.
right.
10,000 total. Oh,
So reduced from 33,817 to the new budget of the kids zone being 10,000.
Wasn't it 40,000 originally?
No, it's
33,000.
33,000.
33,817. But we did get quotes for this fall, and that's what's reflected in the budget in front of you. And like everything else, inflation. So that's why the number's a little bit different.
Right.
And so when we had one of the other budget meetings, we discussed the shuttles and trying to, either just not, I don't mind having the shuttles. I'm not anti-shuttle. I just don't think that we should be paying for it all. And if there was an option to pay for it, then I'm for the shuttles. If not, I would say cut the shuttles. I mean, it's a lot of money between Kaleidoscope and Autumn, just $46,000, I think the line item was for the shuttles.
For the four,
Well, it was for 18 for Autumn Treasures, but we also provide them for Kaleidoscope, I
yes.
believe, right?
And we do them for the 2 parades as well.
Yeah. So it's just, it's a nice thing.
Yes, it's something we've
But-
investigated. We've discussed it with our shuttle company, how that would work. In our discussions with the shuttle company, it would be hard unless we put a staff member at the front of the bus to charge people as they get on. Even if it's a QR code, people are still going to have to stand there, register for whatever service we're using. And they were worried about it delaying the time of the shuttles. They did have another idea that we could look more into. That's just not something we've done yet. So if that's the direction you're wanting us to go, we're more than happy to look into it.
So do we need to vote on that motion that's been adjusted?
I think that Commissioner Daunt needs to withdraw the motion that's on the floor and restate his new motion.
Okay, I'll withdraw it and restate it as cutting the kids zone budget to 10,000
And then the Autumn Treasures,
and autumn treasures to 1 day is separate. Well, let's just
yeah, we'll treat it
Leave
as a
that out.
separate. So all in favor of the motion to limit the Kids Zone budget to $10,000 for Autumn Treasures?
Aye.
To $10,000, yes. So from 33 or so to 10,000. All in favor? We have 2. Aye, aye, aye. Okay. That motion carries. And then you had another motion, Commissioner Daunt?
Yeah, just reducing the event itself to 1 day.
And then the motion is to reduce the Autumn Treasures to a 1-day event. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, aye.
Can we get some feedback on that part of it, and why is it important to have 2 days? I need to know why like, how would this affect Autumn Treasures? I know you do the barbecue. Would it affect it in any way?
It only affects it by we having a 2-day festival. This is our only 2-day festival for the town. We're reducing of the barbecue already. We've kind of calmed that portion of it down. The next day would be just entertainment in that barbecue area because we only do the barbecue on that Saturday. It again is going to still not reduce your logistics budget significantly because of just the rentals alone.
So the cost would be about the same.
It's not going to be
Wouldn't it reduce quite a lot of
significant.
police overtime? I mean,
You maybe get 20-30% less, but it's still going to be around that $75,000 range.
It will also significantly impact your downtown business sales for that Sunday. That's a big Sunday, significantly higher than a normal Sunday for especially our downtown bars and restaurants. So take that into consideration too.
So it would affect the revenue that's coming in?
It would absolutely affect the revenue that's coming in for our small businesses, yes.
Well, and speaking to some of the business, most of the business other than the restaurants and bars, they have all, said to me that they have an increase in foot traffic, but it doesn't necessarily translate to sales. So then that revenue piece isn't there. And I've just gone in and out just because in preparation for this, I wanted to know how much it would impact. And by and large, other than the food places, all the other stores feel like, yes, they get an increase in foot traffic, but that does not translate to sales.
Absolutely. So for our special events, for retail businesses, sales typically are affected. Their foot traffic is up, but their sales typically aren't up. Food and our bars and restaurants, their sales are significantly up on those special event days. For our retailers, what we do in our department is we tell them that they are PR days. So those are days for our retail businesses to get their name out there. They are told and aware from our communication from our department ahead of time that these are not, from a retail perspective, not necessarily going to be a sales day, but it is going to be an increase in foot traffic, and we help provide information to them on how they can help capture the eyeballs of the people that are going to be downtown.
For them to come back later.
And we've also been collaborating with Ashley's team as well. Recently, we've had more businesses reach out on how to be involved in Autumn Treasures and Kaleidoscope, whether it be they set up a tent in front of their storefront or something like that. But we have had the feedback that the businesses wanted to be more involved in some way.
Would it make sense, and this is just me brainstorming, having an idea, would it make sense then to give our local businesses, or at least charge a reduced rate for a booth at Autumn Treasures or Kaleidoscope or whatever event, because they're local? When I was at Autumn or Kaleidoscope last year, I think it was Autumn Treasures, a lot of folks were coming down from Charlotte, which was great to see. And that's not to say that there's anything wrong with that. I think it's great that they're here. But to your point, Ashley, maybe it would make sense if they had a spot, a booth, an easy up, whatever it is, and if we can give it to them at a lower cost. So basically to pull them out and maybe entice them to participate a little bit.
We have done that in the past.
Okay.
It just makes sure that we have the participation is there, so we don't have holes in the event.
Exactly. And I don't know how excited a business would be about staffing 2 locations all of a sudden.
It's just,
like
it would
that,
be challenging, but worthwhile to look into.
Sidewalk
So
sales is a
we
good
do
one.
have some of our retailers, especially the ones on East North Main, that have expanded sidewalks. We've allowed them to put stuff out on their sidewalk during those events, but we have discussed what it would look like for our businesses to have a space. For example, everyone on South Main, they're not going to have the festival right at their front door. So could we give them a cheaper, a discounted rate to bring them up on the north side? And it depends on the business. From Alara and I's numbers, we would expect that we'd probably have around 10 to 12 businesses that would want a space if they were given the opportunity.
Okay. So the motion was to reduce autumn treasures to 1 day. Any other questions on this topic, or do we feel prepared to make a vote for this? Commissioner Westlake, are you okay to make a vote on this topic at this time? Okay. So the motion was to reduce autumn treasures to a 1-day event. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carries. It's a 1-day event. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
I'd say moving forward, when I was in Farmer, we had what we called the Dogwood Festival, and it ran Thursday evening through Sunday afternoon. I mean, we operated on about $130,000 budget when I was there 10 years ago. But through vendor fees, a cut of the rides, fees, and, you know, the vendor fees and all that, the town ended up having $0 in that festival. It became a self-sustaining festival, and I think you can make some movement towards that in the future, making, you know, changes in fees and your structures and what you provide and what you offer. So,
Well, perhaps we could direct Parks and Rec to come up with a strategy to achieve that sort of a balance.
Yeah, it's a direction we can certainly move towards. Yeah, I don't see why not.
I'll tell you one story. We had Delbert McClinton there as a, as a Saturday night show. We paid him $38,000, and it rained. We had rain insurance, but it didn't rain enough. So he came off his bus, took his $38,000 check, all the food, all the drinks, everything we provided, and he drove off. Never played the first note. We said, well, he'll come back next year, maybe. You know, when we contacted the following year, it was an even higher cost, so he didn't care. So,
yeah. Commissioner Westlake, yes.
So I was looking at the big thing. That was the very first one, and now and I saw something that I would like to request removal, but I didn't see it on this one that you handed out tonight, so I'm not sure if it's already been cut or not. But it is the state lobbyist for $48,000. Is that still in?
Yes, it's still in the administration.
Okay,
budget.
so
Yours, total administration budget is $3.2 million.
I'm not sure that we have gotten $48,000 worth of services from her. And I think that that would be a large amount that we could cut.
Any comments or questions on that topic? I've made use of our lobbyist from an informational standpoint. She's been very informative in terms of understanding what's going on in Raleigh and how it could impact us here. So I find her to be a valuable resource. Is it a $40,000 resource? $48,000. Yeah, that's a fair question.
I will comment too that she has been very helpful in all of our conversations with Duke. So with all of our power outages that we have had, she was really the one to help build the connection with the Utilities Commission at the state, but then also like the issues that we're having in Waxhaw with our Duke power outages, it's at the CEO level of Duke right now. So she was very helpful in kind of heightening that. Again, I don't.
Yeah, she was able to shake the tree. She was able to shake the tree of the Utility Commission. Yep. And in doing so, Duke started calling us. So it's basically the cost for a voice in Raleigh, and that's.
Well, I'm not saying that she doesn't provide a good service, but I don't know if it's $48,000 worth, but.
No, and I acknowledge that's a fair question. So.
And just in the past, she did help us out with the funding for the park. That was $600,000, and for the rec barn, that was over $2 million. Just it has helped in the past.
I would also add, she's there for you. I mean, if you don't have someone there, then I think it becomes imperative that the mayor and the board members go to Raleigh and speak to your legislators and talk to your legislators when they are home
Yeah.
They still like to hear from youth. They'll hear from her, but they still, I want to hear from the
Yeah,
mayor and the
this
board
note
members.
isn't worth $40,000, of course, but I did get a note from Deborah shortly before this meeting to read an update about House Bill 3, which was the bill regarding Monroe and other municipalities switching to even year elections. So it's updates like that she gives the town. Again, it's information. It's information that could maybe be found through other means, but again, she was able to get in the face of the Utilities Commission and say, hey, Waxhaw's suffering. So having a voice in Waxhaw, I see value in that personally. So the motion's on the floor then. Do you want to make that an official motion then, Commissioner Westlake?
Motion to remove the lobbyist
All in favor?
of $48,000.
$48,000. All in favor? All opposed?
No.
Motion carries.
I might also mention again that the budget includes a 3% cost of living and up to 3% merit for staff.
Right, so
And
these,
it does include the additional funds for the police officers.
right,
And it does include some funds to make some adjustments in the general fund to get our salaries up a little bit. Like,
right, yeah, the PD's clearly behind and we're raising them up, and that's good. Plus, everybody's getting a 3% cost of living increase.
yes.
And then on top of that, it's another 3% for everybody?
You can get up to 3% depending on your performance evaluation. That is done by your supervisor. It could be 1, 2, or 3, based on how good a job you did during the year.
And do we have a breakdown of, what percentage are getting 1s, 2s, 3s, or is there any kind of expectation of how many?
Do you remember what we did last year, Emily, about what percentage? We're still working on those now, so we hadn't finished those for this year.
Right, still working on just for this time, some direction on, do we have approval to go up to that 3%? So we're still kind of in a holding to wait for that directive to know what kind of percentages we can distribute. I would say probably last performance evaluation round, I would say maybe about, we were 3% last time, I would say around 80% worth the 3%. We have very high performers on our staff, and we raise the bar really high, and everyone's meeting those, but everyone's evaluating according to how they're performing. So I would estimate, if I had to estimate, it would probably be around 80% got the full merit. But again, just keeping in mind we have really high performers on our staff. So.
Any other questions from the board? Mr. Hall, I thought you had something you wanted to say? Or did we cover it already?
I was taking notes, but on this topic or on
Just
different?
in general, we addressed Commissioner Westlake's motion that she had, so I guess we're just running down the line here. So,
Oh, you're done? Okay. Yeah, I have a proposal.
Sure.
On the Board of Commissioners. I know we voted earlier to reduce the COLA. I propose to reduce the first line item by $105,000 and the travel by $2,000 for a total of $107,000 reduction.
What's the first line?
What's the first line item?
Sorry, what was that?
Can you just tell me the first line item?
The stipend for the elected officials.
You want to eliminate it entirely?
No, its total is $109,000. It would reduce it to $104,000. I mean, none of us here on the board are doing it for the money, I assume.
No.
Well, no.
That's what I used to buy on my
Good.
lotto
So
tickets.
it should make sense. I mean, we're talking about removing kid zones, we're talking about reducing things of $10,000. So this is a nice significant bump, and it's going to help the town, and it's going to demonstrate to the town that we're serious about making cuts.
Yeah.
Understood. Do you want to make that an official motion then? It sounds like that was an official motion.
Yeah, I make a motion to reduce the elected official stipend by $105,000 and to reduce the BOC travel by $2,000 for a total of $107,000.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No? Okay.
We already cut the COLA, so.
Yes.
Yeah, so what is this?
I mean, you're
This
basically
is the rest
wiping
of
that
it.
line item clean.
Yes. So instead of a check, you get a thank you note.
I think once you've reduced the COLA to zero, you are basically taking that line item back to zero. So there would be no stipend for the board at all.
Well, no, it goes down to $4,000 if you look at the 4,114.
It's making the stipend for the year $4,000 divided among 6 people over 12 months of service. And everyone voted on that, and that motion carried. Okay. We're getting somewhere, people.
I mean, your FICA would automatically go down by
It won't matter at that point.
a lot.
Yeah, I would hope it doesn't stay the same.
And folks, I just wanted to point out too that I understand our lobbyist at $48,000 is a lot of money, but she also assists me with grants. So by cutting her, that does directly impact our grant program as well. So I did want to point that out. She's been a bridge between the federal and the state, and with all the Parks and Rec grants as well, she helps us just navigate that. Recently, she put me in touch with Senator Tillis's and Senator Budd's offices for that should help us with the COPS grant. Deborah was instrumental in forging those bridges, so I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Anything else, Commissioner Hall? You on a roll? Y'all done? Keep working. We're here.
All right, well, I'd like to propose, like I did at another budget meeting, to delay the COLA and police raises till January. That should save us $600,000 in the short term, I believe you said? To delay the COLA and police raises to January, which would save us $600,000 in the short term.
I think each percent is about $106,000.
Mm-hmm.
So if you do a total of 6%, which it wouldn't come out completely to 6%, it would be about $600 and some $1,000 for the entire year. So if you delay it by 6 months, you're saving about $300,000.
From July to January.
Yes. But your normal time frame is July 1st of each year. So, and you know you've got some staff adjustments to make and salary adjustments. So.
Was that an official motion then?
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor? So I'll just restate, sorry. The motion was to delay the COLA and the merit increase for the police department 6 months so that it occurs in January instead of in July.
I honestly don't know how you can single out a single department. I mean, can HR weigh in on this? How can you do that?
Well, they're the ones getting the substantial raises, so that's what I'm talking about.
I think her motion would be to do the 6-month delay for all positions.
But no, she specifically stated for
COLA.
the police department.
COLA, No, COLA throughout, and the jump in police raises to
Okay, I didn't
January.
hear that part, I'm sorry.
So that would be COLA for the entire staff?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the police bump to January.
So that would be the police bump that's beyond basically the police bump that's beyond the 3%
Yeah.
or beyond the COLA.
The 10,000 they're getting, and 11 and across the board.
Well, just something for consideration there is because we are so far behind in the pay and being competitive with those areas around us, we do risk losing more police officers to our competition. So that's just something to keep in mind when you're thinking about that.
Lancaster just raised their police salaries up to over $53,000 and gave their police, I believe, almost a 10% increase, and they're right across the border.
We are giving them an increase. I'm just looking to, to benefit the taxpayer in the short term, and let's try to make some cuts. They're not permanent cuts. They're getting them, and I know for a fact, in speaking to a couple of deputies in the sheriff's department, they're looking to come here because of the bump. So the word's on the street that we are going to be giving police raises and that we support our police. I'm just asking that we wait 6 months. That's all.
You are absolutely right. We do have applicants from the Union County Sheriff's Office, which is not a bad thing. It's going to save us a lot of money with training people, sending people to BLET. 10 to 11 months it would take me to replace somebody. If come July there are no raises until January, the personnel we currently have are going to look at us and go, we don't know that that's going to happen in January. It's not a given.
It's a given if we vote on it.
Well, you could pull it back come January.
We're not pulling it back.
But it
Well,
isn't.
I'm not pulling it back.
But it
Are
is
you
an
guys pulling
option.
it back?
If a new board comes in, come November, they could pull that back in January, would be the thoughts of my officers. So knowing they could leave us to go somewhere else to make another between $10,000 and $17,000 more a year, that's a big deal. So for me to be able to pull from other agencies is a pretty big deal because we're ultimately saving money in the future rather than spending more money to educate these officers for them to go somewhere else. Does that make sense?
A board can make any action at any time, though, right? So
what's that?
A board can make any action at any time. So, I mean, there's always uncertainty in the future.
Right, always, yes. But I don't understand what you're.
Well, because you were saying a board in January might not honor the promise to institute the races thing. I'm just saying there's always some uncertainty about what a board might do. But personally, I would not renege on that.
Gotcha. So my only problem would be was what would happen between July and January with our current staff. So I understand where you're coming from. You want to save money. I get it.
I want to pay you and I want to save money. And I think this is a good compromise. And I think that the officers are here and speaking to you in the last year and a half that we've been speaking, you've said they're not going anywhere. They're really happy here. They're going to be really happy in January.
Okay. Any other questions?
That's just my take.
All righty. So the motion, just to clarify, was to delay the pay bump for the police department for 6 months, and then to delay the COLA increase for the entire staff, or was it just the police department? Okay. So to restate, for clarity's sake, to make sure everybody's crystal clear on what we're talking about, we're talking about a 6-month delay. The motion is for a 6-month delay to the pay bump for the police department and the COLA raises for the entire staff such that they're not paid out in July, they will be paid out in January. That's the motion on the floor. All in favor? All opposed? This motion does not carry. Okay.
I know there's a struggle on the tax rate. I would add, keep in mind that what you would want to do is consider this as a 4-year plan. When you set that tax rate should carry you through the next 4 years until the next reevaluation. You wouldn't want to come back next year, with an additional tax increase or the second year or the third year. So I think if you look at it as a 4-year plan, I think you need to make sure you've got your bases covered for the next 4 years. That's kind of how I look at it when I do budgets.
So when we talked about this before, one of the things that we were making clear was that a 31-cent rate gives us about $900,000 to the CIP. So if we eliminated the CIP completely and factored in the $100,000+ from the board, so that's, just over $1 million we're saving with those two things. What kind of rate would you expect if we did with those two reductions? The $900,000 on the CIP and the $105 on the board.
Each penny gives you about 1 cent. Each 1 cent gives you about $506,000. So you could go from 31 to 29. Keep in mind now, this budget covers about $1.3 million worth of transportation projects. It does not include your match for the Helms Road extension, which is going to be, probably another $3,000. And you still got other transportation projects in the very near future that you're going to have to pay, $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 for your match. So
exactly. So with those $1 million in savings, a penny being about $400,000.
It's about $500,000.
About $500,000. So those big cuts would lead us at 29 cents. And anything lower than that, we're starting to really cut into other things beyond what has been discussed tonight already.
And you also have the option of, the increasing the projected sales tax revenue, the franchise tax revenue, and the ABC revenues that you're getting from the liquor stores.
And what was the increase on those projections at this juncture?
See if I can look at my notes here. The difference in what's budgeted and what the ABC board is going to send to you is about $298,000. Franchise tax, you could probably bump it up another $52,000. Sales tax, you could probably bump it up another $260,000. I think you could do some additional in investment interest. I'd say Rosie would probably kill me for saying, well, she's here tonight, she'd probably kill me for saying that, but I think that is kind of, Tom is a very conservative estimate.
So there's the possibility then that those increases in revenues could cover us for some of the money we need to save then for upcoming capital improvements, Helms Road and such. Okay. So I don't know how much more we want to belabor this at this point, but I will look for a motion to set the tax rate at 29 cents. Okay, hearing no motion. I asked previously for a motion of the 31 that was presented and heard nothing. So can I get a motion for the tax rate at 30 cents? And that would give us probably $500,000 then for capital improvements. A motion for 30 cents. All right, I'm at a loss. I've made some suggestions and I'm hearing no motions. I need a decision from the board. The board is the one making this decision. I can talk all night if you want, but I'm going to stop talking about the budget and start talking about a lot more boring things. So I need guidance from the budget, from the board. So what is the revenue neutral rate?
0.262.
262. Can I get a motion to set the tax rate at 262? Anyone? A motion at 262, revenue neutral. Going once, going twice? I can't make motions, guys, so throw me a bone.
Richard, could you tell the board what happens if they fail to adopt a budget?
You're required by law to adopt it, but if you can't adopt it, the statutes also require that you adopt an interim budget until such time as you can adopt a budget.
And
Normally what happens in
makes things messy
interim
too.
budget is you would set the expenditures at the same rate as the current budget year. You know, so there would be no raises, no. But you got other issues like, you know, the cost of streetlights, utilities, cost of insurance has gone up. So you would still have to find some way to cover those additional costs that you're facing next year. And the LGC does not like, for our boards to adopt those type of budgets. They want you to adopt a formal budget. You want to stay as far off of their radar as you can.
That's what I was just trying to explain to Jason about. You want to stay out of the LGC's range.
Yeah. Does anyone have a recommended rate that they're looking for? I can sit here all night, people.
Well, we've been suggesting cuts. You all don't seem to agree with those cuts. So I guess the question is, where are you comfortable?
Because again, to restate, I've done 26.2, 29, 30, and 31. Those are the rates that have been asked for. So is there another rate that others are looking for?
I would just add there is a lot of work for staff to do once it's adopted.
Exactly. It's not the end of the road by any means. So we want to try and get this decision made as soon as we can. A rate? Anyone? Should I ask for 26.2 again? Should I ask for 31 again? Y'all thinking 32? What are we thinking?
You say don't look this way, but we've been discussing cuts. You don't agree to any cuts, but you won't settle.
Well, that's materially false, actually.
Well, you just made a few, okay.
I made a few.
So you don't agree with our cuts, so what number are you looking for?
No, that's not true, because I just worked with Commissioner Don.
Well, yes, I'm just saying in general. There's a few, more than one or two that we've made that you don't agree with. So what are you looking for? What are you comfortable at? You've been doing this longer than we have. As you say, you're the experienced one, so what do you think?
A little back and forth is helpful.
I would just add, adopting a budget is one of the board's most preserved duty.
What we're here for.
You have to remain.
That's why we get paid the big bucks.
You have to retain fiscal control, and the adoption of that budget is that fiscal
not
control.
anymore. Jeez, thanks. Yeah, I've asked for 4 motions so far, and I've heard none, so I'm not certain really how to proceed.
Do you need to schedule another special meeting to have further discussions?
Yeah, I kept this agenda short, and, we're only sitting here, it's 8 o'clock, we're only in an hour and a half. We've done 3-hour meetings before, we can do this, let's go. I mean, I'm trying to get this done tonight. The goal was to try and get this done tonight. I don't see why we can't get it tonight. We have all the information in front of us. The staff is ready, willing, and able to answer all our questions. We've pitched a few things, we've made some reductions, we've denied some reductions, and now it's just a matter really of settling on our rate. And I think everybody's got a pretty good sense of what the rate does in terms of a penny here, a penny there. So we know what we get for our money. We just need to make a decision.
I move to adopt a revenue neutral rate of 26.2.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
And what's the plan to accomplish that? What are the cuts? Because the whole staff is here, they're ready to hear it. And I mean,
I've suggested the cuts. You
today
don't
will
agree
be
with
some
them,
people's
and you won't
last
give us a
day.
rate.
And so you need to be prepared for that.
What I'm telling you is that we've suggested negotiating on some cuts. There's been nothing but crickets on that side of this dais. And
That's
now,
again materially false. We've actually approved some of the things you recommended, and we've talked about.
okay, so the
these
bigger
items.
ticket items you don't agree with. So what?
Yeah,
what would you
pushing
do?
the police back 6 months. I don't
Okay.
agree with that.
So what would you do then? What rate are you comfortable with?
I'm comfortable with a rate that protects the staff.
Okay, what, in your eyes, what rate is that?
Setting the town's rate is not up to Commissioner Hall, okay? There's 6 of us up here. So I'm not going to fall into that. I'm sorry.
We're
Why don't you
looking
just
for
stop
suggestions.
playing games and say what you want?
We're looking for suggestions on what to put a motion for.
Well, I might echo that back to you, Commissioner.
26-2 is on the table. 26-2 was voted on. I heard 2 yays, and I heard nothing on this side. By law, that means you're approving it. So I didn't hear any votes. You asked a
I think
question.
it's just in the discussion.
Exactly. So the question has been answered. We have 2 yays. Do we have nays? A failure to vote is a yes.
No. Did you have another question? Okay, was your question answered?
Then 26-2 passes.
26-2 does not pass. Okay.
So ask all
that a vote,
opposed so that you
or-
make sure that you have the vote. Everybody's voted on it.
All right, we'll do a roll call vote then. 26-2 roll call vote. Commissioner Daunt.
Aye.
Commissioner Wedra.
Aye.
Commissioner McMillan.
No.
Commissioner Westlake.
No.
And Commissioner Hall.
No, I will not vote for something without a plan.
Okay, so we're not doing 26-2. That's been mentioned twice so far. What else do we have? What else are we recommending? And again, to restate, 31 gives us 900,000 to CIP. 29 gives us pretty much nothing to CIP. And that's kind of the big difference between 29 and 31 is how much we put into our capital improvements. So where else are we going?
Ask them.
I don't understand the silence. I honestly don't get this. You drink that water? Thank you.
I don't mean this to be ugly, but I suspect the 3 people you're talking to tomorrow night are probably watching this meeting. So your lack of action says something, I think.
I will not adjourn this meeting till we have a vote on a budget.
For me,
We've had a number that's been thrown out. We've had 2 numbers that have been thrown out. They both got shot down. So we need some other suggestions. We need some other ideas. None? I'll ask again, can I get a motion for a budget at a rate of 29.29 cents? Can I get a motion for 29 cents? Crickets don't get a vote, guys. So I need to hear something else.
Why are the 3 of you unwilling to offer any kind of a rate?
How are the wife and kids? How are the wife and kids? Mine are good, too.
It got up to 78 degrees yesterday at home.
12-year-old nearly died of heat stroke yesterday.
We can't do this on our own, the 2 of us sitting here. So this is on you 3.
Richard, I think the work that you guys did on the 31 tax rate it makes a lot of sense. And you put a lot of good work into it, and the staff put a lot of good work in it too. But I think what you're seeing is the result of just the constant, the 3 of us aren't going to set the rate. In my opinion, this is an important rate for the town, and it should be a unanimous vote. But I don't think we're going to get a unanimous vote on the 31. And so you're not going to see us vote on it.
You don't get to dictate our votes to us.
Well, the mayor's put a motion for 31-cent rate.
It was thrown out there.
Do a roll call on that one.
All right. Can I get a roll call vote on 31 cents?
I did.
Okay.
Commissioner Hall made the motion.
We do alphabetical, please.
Alphabetical. Oh, crap. What
Maybe
is
you
that?
can just go left to right. Or exactly. Just like you did before.
Commissioner Daunt, what is your vote on the 31 cent rate?
No.
Commissioner Wedra?
No.
Commissioner McMillan?
No.
Commissioner Westlake?
No.
Commissioner Hall?
No.
Makes it simple. Any other recommended rates? $3.14159 hasn't been suggested. Anyone up for that one? Sorry, I'm getting hungry.
I would just strongly suggest that you don't put yourself in a position where you have to adopt an interim budget. I think that will cause you problems down the road. I don't know how you make a compromise as to what rate you choose. Maybe 30 cents is the option, and you know, that still gives you additional money for capital. It meets all the staffing requirements that you have deemed as needed.
So 30 cents would get us about 500,000, little under maybe, for capital improvements. Can I get a motion for a 30-cent budget rate? That's 30.14159 was my suggestion. All right.
And I can stand here till my hours run out, so.
Yeah, my battery's down to about 18%, so that's how long I can sit here. Oh, wait, I got another phone. Never mind.
Well, Commissioner Wedger and I have taken a position, and the other three are not willing to take any position. So we're a minority on this board. 2 out of 5 votes.
I didn't hear a motion.
He made the motion, then he voted no. That's why I asked for a 30 or a 29, and I'm getting nothing. So,
Mayor Murray, I think if you haven't picked it up, the 3 of us are not going to set the rate alone.
So
otherwise,
wait, you want to sit on the board and make every other decision but this decision?
We
So you want to vote on-
We should make the vote.
Yeah, I proposed something. You said no. I asked you what you were comfortable with. You're not going to set.
I said no to 262 because you don't have a plan.
Okay.
Has it been explained to
Give us
staff
a
what that
plan.
means? Mr. Hicks, can you explain to staff what the 262 number means?
At the .262, you have 0 salary increases, 0 salary adjustments, and 0 capital. You can meet your current expenditures, and that's basically it.
That's right. And we heard from the chief just not too long ago in a very impassioned.
And you're going to lose people.
Right. The number one role of government, which is safety and security.
Yes. And you know your officers are at least in the $10,000 range behind your competitors.
So you're refusing the cuts that we asked for, and now you're refusing to make a motion
I
on
wish
any
you'd
kind of
stop
rate.
saying that because it's materially false. We have not refused the cuts you've asked for. In fact, you made a couple recommendations that we passed. So stop saying that.
the significant cuts that we've asked for?
Well, significant. I mean, the most significant cut tonight I made, and we all passed it unanimously.
Cindy, can you bring up the statutes dealing with an interim budget, how that works? Okay.
I have never been involved advising a town that has not passed a budget. And I'm happy to research what happens if you fail to pass a budget, but I know that the LGC will get involved, and that is not a place where you want to be. They failed to pass a budget? Thank you. Thanks.
I can assure you, the less attention you bring on yourself by the local government commission, you are better off. I'm not sure the actual statute, but I know it's that the Local Government Budget and Fiscal Control Act. I expect 160A somewhere.
What exactly are the three of you looking for?
They don't want to set the rate.
I've got it right here. Just trying
Nothing? No decision?
Is there a rate above revenue neutral you would consider at this point?
Sorry?
Richard, I'm pulling it up.
The chapter is
It's in the local
159
budget
for the
act.
local government finance. It's 159-7.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now. Mhm.
Maybe, Mr. Hicks, I would recommend a 15-minute recess while the attorney looks up the statute.
But I've got some right here that just says, let's see, North Carolina local governments operating on a fiscal year from July 1st to June 30th are required to adopt a balanced annual budget by June 30th. If a budget ordinance cannot be adopted by the start of the fiscal year, the governing body must adopt an interim budget to cover essential expenses until the full annual budget is approved. And it says, an interim budget's sole purpose is to ensure the local government can continue to operate, covering necessary expenses like salaries, debt service payments, and usual ordinary expenses during the period before the final budget is adopted. Interim budgets do not permit new spending or appropriations. They are solely for keeping the government functioning. And interim budget must be adopted by the governing board in a public meeting. While there's no requirement for public display or public hearing for the interim budget itself, the full annual budget process does involve public input. When a final budget is adopted, it supersedes the interim budget, and all appropriations from the interim budget should be incorporated into the final budget. And it says the LGC of the North Carolina Treasurer's Office acknowledges the challenges local government face in developing budgets and views interim budgets as potentially beneficial in certain situations.
I'll make a motion to recess for 15 minutes while Attorney Reed has an opportunity to evaluate the statutes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're currently in recess, 15 minutes. righty, looks like we got everybody. Can I get a motion to reconvene this Board of Commissioners meeting?
So moved.
All in
I
favor?
think Cindy's looked up the statutes regarding interim budgets.
This board,
Do we need a vote to reconvene first?
Yeah, just, I didn't hear a vote to reconvene, sorry. I made the motion.
You said,
The motion
can I
was
make a
made.
motion? I said
All
so
in favor?
moved.
Any opposed? No? Okay. Back in session.
okay, we're back in session. So I'm just going to summarize what the statutes say. The statutes say that if you cannot adopt a budget, that you must, and I just want to emphasize, must adopt an interim budget. But with an interim budget, you're still at risk because I'm just going to read to you from the School of Government. Interim appropriations may not be used to levy property taxes or impose new fees or charges. Delaying budget ordinance adoption for a significant period of time may impact revenue streams to the unit for the fiscal year. Interim appropriations also may not be used to authorize new functions, activities, or projects. Perhaps most significantly, failure to adopt a budget ordinance may send a negative signal about the stability of the government to lenders, contractors, vendors, and others. So this is significant. Also, if a unit's governing body does not adopt a budget ordinance and it does not make interim appropriations, the local government commission will get involved, and the Local Government Act authorizes the LGC to assume full control of a unit's financial affairs. And full control means they do everything. And you will not be able to have control over any of your financial affairs. So it's serious when the local government LGC gets involved. Richard, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I'd add one thing. Tommy, if you do adopt that budget, you cannot set a tax rate. Union County bills and collects our tax rates. They're waiting July 1st for that rate. Since you can't set a tax rate with an interim budget, you can't collect and bill taxes. You can't charge fees. You can't charge building permit fees. You can't charge any fees. So your budget for that short period of time, whether it's a week or a month or several months, basically comes out of your fund balance. So you're spending your savings to, to keep the basic expenditures of the town moving forward.
It will also affect your bond rating significantly, which is something to consider.
So Union County, if you can't bill them on time and the bills go out late because we're late setting the rate, then they're going to get paid at a later date. But by statute, as of January the 5th, you're supposed to still start charging, penalties for the taxes being late, or you're going to tell your citizens, well, we were late, but you still got to pay your penalties. It just causes all kind of issues and problems. I'm just concerned if you can't adopt a regular budget, is this board even capable of adopting an interim budget?
Well, the goal is to adopt a budget. That's what we're here to do tonight. So I would encourage the board to have whatever discussion they need to have amongst the board to come to a conclusion as to what we want to do. We kind of went round and round, up and down the board with a couple different rates. We've voted on a few and turned them all down. So I would look for the board to propose another suitable rate that the entire board can agree on, or at least a majority of the board can agree on.
So we were talking about a 30-cent rate, and we've received unexpected revenue that gets us about 2 more cents, right? So if you go down from 30 cents, that's to 28 cents. And then to get to revenue neutral would be another 1.8 cents, which is about $1,200,000, something like that.
Yeah, about 1.5 probably.
So I think we could, if we were to delay raises, make some other cuts, I think we could get to revenue neutral.
If you start at 30.
I mean, that's the rate we're looking for, and I'm not going to be dictated to by other members of this board as to what my vote should be.
If you did 30, you could take your sales tax revenues and your ABC revenues, increase that by $500,000 to cover that 1 cent reduction, and your budget would still be basically the same as the 31 cent rate. All you've done is basically increase those revenues to cover that 1 cent reduction in the tax rate.
Mr. Hicks, you said there was extra revenue, I think in an email, it was like 900,000? Is that the email?
What was the question?
The email that you sent earlier, or last week, about the extra revenues, that amount was 900,000?
Yeah. That's being less conservative than you've been in the past, but you are seeing a pretty significant increase in those revenues in the current budget year. So I think those numbers are somewhat realistic.
Right. So if you start at the 30 cents rate and come and take that off, now you're below 30. And if you're doing the delay of the COLA and the police raises,
Still do everything.
Yeah.
That you
All
got
of
in
that.
the current proposed budget at 30 cents. The only difference is you're estimating an increase of $500,000 on those revenues, and you're going to get an extra $300,000 from the ABC board, and I'm pretty sure you'll get that much sales tax revenue, based on what we're seeing. Now, you've already covered this year's budget, and you still got 2 months of sales tax revenues to. And I think 30 cents is a compromise. You still get the same budget. Basically, all you're doing is making an adjustment, to the projected sales tax revenues and the ABC revenues. But it still gives you $900,000 for capital and covers all the employee expenses you've discussed.
Well, Commissioner Wedger and I took action. We voted on a rate, but we can't do it by ourselves. We're just 2 votes out of 5.
So your only rate that you will agree to is the revenue neutral rate, even though the county didn't even pass a revenue neutral rate.
The county essentially did pass a revenue neutral rate. It was only a little higher based on what the voters voted for, which was a bond.
Okay, well, I read what they put out, and that's not what they said.
No, that's the fact.
They said it is
their rate is
above
revenue neutral,
revenue
except
neutral.
for the only part of their rate that is above revenue neutral is because of the bonds that were passed by the voters.
Okay, well, we don't have bonds that are passed by the voters. If we did, I'm sure the voters would want to pay our staff and pay for some of these CIP projects. So basically, that's what you're saying. That's the only rate you're going to go for, is the revenue neutral. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's right.
I think we could start at the 30 rate and chisel away on non-essential things, like some of the events, the shuttles, some of the, wingspan, flash vote. I don't know what HubSpot is, but do we need it? Like, that's $30,000. There are things in the budget that we can do away with, starting at that 30-cent rate and getting it down. But I don't hear much from you.
How much cutting would that be to go from between the 30 to 26?
It's about $2 million.
$2 million. And we've been doing this since, how long now? 2 months now, trying to cut $2 million, because I think that original budget that you presented was, yeah. And here we are, and we've not come up with that. I don't think it's possible.
If you disagree, then do something about it.
So you want me to look our staff in the face and tell them they don't get a raise?
No, you're free to move for any rate that you choose.
Would anyone be agreeable to 29 cents? So it would reduce significantly our capital improvements, but given the added revenues that have been taken into account or that haven't yet been taken into account, it gets us, we still have some CIP money and we still have money for raises. Would anyone and everyone be agreeable to 29?
Mr. Mayor, I think what has been clear is Commissioner Daunt, and I'm not sure about Commissioner Ledger, don't want to speak for her, are not willing to go higher than the revenue neutral. And there are some of us who do not want to be the only ones that vote for a certain rate. And so we're going to be basically the ones held responsible, and we don't want to do that. We want a unanimous decision.
Well, I'm not setting any conditions saying that it has to be unanimous, so why do you think that you can dictate to us?
Okay, well, my vote for a revenue neutral would be no. So I don't know what anybody else's would be. I think we already voted for that, actually, didn't we?
We did.
So.
We did.
I think the interim town manager presented a plan and a budget that we have before us. And then he also just made an additional suggestion with additional cuts that would even bring that down again. And I think this has been worked on by the interim town manager and staff for quite some time to do this.
Literally more than 2 months. I can't even at this point remember how many meetings with each of the head of each of the staff going through line by line. And I can specifically remember, I think it was even public services where they presented, y'all presented these machines and equipment that were needed in town. And I recall Commissioner Dawn said, oh, well, you know, that makes a lot of sense. And I remember Chief getting up here and making his impassioned speech. And Commissioner Dawn said, yeah, well, I guess that makes a lot of sense. Well, this makes a lot of sense, costs a lot of sense. And at 262, and to even propose that, you're nodding your head, assuming you're agreeing with me that it would decimate the town with no plan. And I can't vote for something like that. And so we're at an impasse. And the three of us, well, I was going to speak for these two, but I'm not going to be the sole one. Commissioner Jason Hall is not going to set the rate for the town of Waxhaw. Personally, I feel that because this is an important vote, it probably should be unanimous. We probably should be a unanimous board on a rate like this. But I'm not going to be the one that sticks my neck out this time. I keep looking over here to the wall, the Waxhaw wall, wondering what's going to be what are they doing? 262 isn't feasible. I think, you're nodding your head, and staff agrees. You put a lot of work into the plan you proposed, and it presents a lot of cuts. We've made more cuts tonight. Probably some I'm learning maybe we shouldn't. And interestingly, it doesn't pass unanimously. So, this is where we are. If it goes to the LGC, you correct me if I'm wrong. If it goes to the LGC, I think that what's going to happen is it's going to go to the previous year's rate, which is 38.5, and then I'm going to look to my right here and say, this is what happened.
Yes, the LGC can set the rate,
Mm-hmm.
and it will.
They would formally set your tax rate for you. And they would take full control of the town's finances. And it would be up to them if they would give it back to you.
And they tell you when you can spend money and when you can't spend money. They have full control.
We can give the police raises, everything that we talked about with that, and still go revenue neutral. There just has to be cuts in other places. So
Mr. Hicks, can you can you dive a little deeper on that for us? How would that work with providing COLA increases for the town staff, including the police department, at a 2.62 rate?
At 2.62, I think, if you took ABC revenues, sales tax revenues, franchise tax revenues, you might come up with another $900,000. So at 0.262, you can cover all the expenses. You can cover your transportation projects, but everything else would have to be covered in that $900,000. Capital outlay, salaries, merit, COLA, all those would have to be covered in that $900,000. And again, is if you're comfortable using those numbers, I mean, they are, I guess, less conservative than they would, than what you are normally, adopting your budget. I think you're safe with those numbers, but I point out, it is less conservative, than what you've done in the past. But that $900,000 would have to cover everything else.
So if we started at 30, we used that 900,000 that you just talked about, and we delayed the raises until January, the COLA and the police, that's 1.5, right? That's 3 cents off the 30.
If you delay, I think you're saving about $300,000.
The COLA and the police?
1.2 million. Just keep in mind, everything you have focused on so far in this budget is trying to ensure that your staff is paid.
Right, but I'm just saying delaying it, so not doing it, just delaying it. And then there's 2 positions I know that we haven't hired for, maybe doing away with those for this year, the staff engineer and the building inspector. And that would be.
And keep in mind, building inspector is paid only by the fees.
Right.
So, so it has no impact on your general fund budget. If you don't hire the staff engineer, a good portion of that is going to be eaten up by, time using an outside consultant.
Okay.
And what does that do to the budget for parks, events, things like that?
Just keep in mind, if at the 2.62, you can do what you've got, in your basic expenditures. It covers the events, covers, current salaries and all that. But if you want to do anything extra, like the police department salary adjustment, if you want to do any capital, if you want to do anything else, all that's got to come out of that $900,000.
We have departments that have grown far out of proportion to what would be expected from population growth and inflation. If you go from fiscal year 2020 into 2021, and if you go from there to the present, and if you calculate what would be reasonably expected based on population growth and inflation, the increase should be about 56%. Well, this is how much each department has grown over that time. Administration, 270%. Downtown, 197%. Parks and Rec, 137%. Finance has only grown 20%, so they're a little behind. IT's grown 105%. HR has grown 92%. As we've said many times, the police are behind. They only grew 38%. Engineering only grew 25%. Planning 53%. Public services 80%. Emergency management 348%. So for the sake of, what are we shy here? 500,000 or something. You know, I refuse to believe that there's no room for shrinkage here.
We could start at 30.
Well, Mr. Hicks, I think Commissioner Daunt has called out some of the departmental units that have grown over 150%. Why don't we have them come up here? I think it'd be good for him to look them in the eyes and cut staff right here.
Oh, I know admin, the debt service for this building is in the administration budget, so that's why that one's had 250% because of the debt service.
Right, yeah. A large reason why we're in this position is because of this $22 million facility that we're in.
Yeah. See, IT, I think that one is you took all of the software and the hardware costs that would, you know, in each individual budget, and you moved them all into IT. So that one's probably why that one's that much higher. But the others, I think, is just cost of doing business, additional staff, you know, additional benefits. I mean, you have been seeing to pay higher property and liability coverage. You have to pay higher workers' compensation coverage. I mean, everything you touch, you're having to pay more for. Then I'd be happy if anybody wants to speak.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate, in 2020, the downtown department did not exist. It was created in 2021 when I was hired. We've only hired 2. There's only 2 of us in the department. We run basically 3 departments. We run the downtown department, managing connections with all our downtown businesses. We run the economic development department, so connecting with all of our businesses that we're recruiting in town, all the developers that are coming in, making sure that we're getting good commercial development and we're getting the kind of commercial product and commercial businesses that we want and that are needed in our town. We're the ones that study what types of businesses that we do here. Again, we only have 2 staff members that do that. In addition, when our department was created, we took over a lot of expenses from other departments. So holiday lights were in another department, we took that over. Fright Night was in another department, we took that over. So I think if you look back historically, even before 2020, the growth of our department is in line, if not less, than other departments when they were created at the beginning of the town. So I'll let any other departments that want to come up and speak to theirs as well.
And so basically, if you had 1 person on your team and then all of a sudden you have 2 people, that's a 200% increase, right?
Yeah, I mean, potentially, yes.
You talking about public service growing 80%. We take care of a lot of stuff. We take care of all the vehicles in town. We take care of all the right-of-ways. Half of my budget is for gas for all the town vehicles, equipment repairs for all the town vehicles. Street lights is up $255,000 this year. They went up from $1,285 to $2,252 because we got to have decorative lights in the new developments. Beautification, taking care of the park. Sanitation is over $2 million. You want to go revenue neutral, let the citizens pay for their trash. There's your $2 million. Right now, anything under 30 cents, we're backing up in the town. It's sad that we're going through this.
Todd,
right now.
that's a wash, though. I mean, they're paying for it either way.
This is sad.
Yeah.
Park and Rec Department is 10 years old this year. We opened up 2 beautiful facilities this past year. I would take that in consideration in your percentages on that. And we have to staff those facilities. We also run 99% of the events for 25,000+ people. I'd also consider that part of the decision.
Really wasn't thinking I was going to have to come up here and discuss the department after just 2 weeks here. I barely read the existing budget and the new budget to know what the difference is on everything. Development services, which is inspections and engineering and planning right now. We cover code enforcement, long-range planning, current planning, zoning, all those cases. Engineering is transportation, land development. We have the fire marshal on staff. It's a lot of people. It's several different departments, but it's in proportion with what you would expect of a town, about 25,000 people. I've been here 2 weeks. I have some concerns, that we're going to be able to keep people and we're going to be able to hire people that want to come here. You've got a talented staff right now, but I'm really kind of concerned about that in the future, that we're going to be able to keep people and have people come on here if we can't even keep everybody happy.
I'm not going to speak to a particular department, but what I will speak to is the capital improvement projects. Something for the board to consider is that, not always is the case where the bids come in at the estimated costs. Sometimes those projects come in higher. And a lot of times that is the case because it's just a factor of, number one, legacy projects not necessarily incorporating inflation demands. We've gone through really a period of significant hyperinflation, you could say, over the past several years. And that's just something for the board to consider. And I do have one particular thing to note is that you are expected to see increases in construction costs. And I think, in particular, for example, one of the projects that you're funding is the Pine Oak and Waxhaw Marvin Road traffic signal. You want to make sure that you have buffer to fulfill any obligations that you have with those projects. So if you don't have adequate buffer and the bid comes in high, you won't be able to fulfill those obligations. And on other projects, especially like that are linked to state and federal dollars, if you are unable to fulfill those state and federal obligations, it's not likely that the state and federal agencies will award you money, quite frankly, at any point in the future.
The amount of money we're haggling over here is about $1 million, it seems like, and that represents maybe about 4% of the budget. This town's budget has gone up, 70% in the last 4 or 5 years? Whereas the expected increase would be about 56% based on population and inflation. So I don't see why we can't take 4% off. I mean, that just doesn't seem like an unreasonable amount for me.
I'd like to speak about the police department's budget. So ours was at 38%, is that correct?
Right, yeah, you guys were behind.
Right, so our vehicles come out of CIP budget, the ones that aren't through enterprise, which come out of Todd's budget. But I will say that our building debt comes out of our budget. So what we pay for that building we're in comes out of our budget as well. I will tell you that our budget is about the same as what Indian Trail contracts the Union County Sheriff's Office to police in Indian Trail. And they have less people than we have. They don't have a building that they pay for. They don't have vehicles they pay for. Their contract fees with the Sheriff's Office are about the same as our budget. So I think we're doing pretty good with comparing apples to apples. 38% is behind, but once again, part of that went to Todd's budget when vehicles went to enterprise. So that saved us a little bit. So we'd probably be right in line with 40, 50%, something like that, I would think. Thank you.
Before you take off, real quick, sorry. How many more years do we have on the building?
I couldn't answer that.
It
How many
wasn't
more years do we
long.
have to pay on the building?
The police building is close to 5, I believe.
Yeah, I thought it was like 4 or 5.
We've been in there for 11, so if it was a 15-year, we would have 4 years left.
4 or 5, okay. Something to keep in mind. Thank you.
I guess it's my turn to defend finance. So I've been with the town almost 5 years. I see Mr. Daunt smiling. So when I came
Well, you don't
here,
need to defend finance because you guys have been very responsible.
well, I mean, the thing of it is I came here, there were 3 people in finance. One of them was the tax collector. We no longer have the tax collector. We moved, she could not work with the previous finance director and moved to a different department. So that left 2 people in finance. So that finance director left, that left me, and Robin had joined us. So there were 2 people in that department. Within a few months, Robin moved to Parks and Rec, and we had to hire a new staff person to try and fill those shoes, right? So that left me working as the finance director, the assistant finance director, the tax collector, trying to cover the work of the senior staff accountant, because we had one person whose main job was payables and purchasing, because it's a huge beast, right? A town this size, no matter what you do with all the utilities and all the purchases and all the little purchases. But I worked a number of hours every week that equated to less than $10 an hour. I'm not willing to do that again because it wasn't appreciated then, and it surely wouldn't be appreciated now. And I don't think you're taking a look at the people in this room and the people that float through this town and what they do for the town and how much they put of themselves into the town. People volunteer to take care of things. They do events. You have paid staff that volunteer to work events because they enjoy the town, they enjoy what it offers, and they're proud to be here, right? And so we have been working on this budget since December. In January, we presented you all our ideas. You knew what was coming. You've had it in front of you. And from my perspective, I've spent hundreds of hours working on budget, right? And what's coming up next is not a piece of cake for me to try and get the budget into the system, get us rolling, and keep everything moving forward, paying the bills, paying the staff, and being here. I love being here, right? I love my coworkers, and I don't want to see any of them be eliminated because, with no disrespect, the board cannot agree with each other. We are not here for you to punish us because you have disagreements. And I'm sorry if you don't like me speaking up and saying that, but that's how I feel. And I believe that we have a right to our opinion in the matter. I mean, I don't know what else we can give to you to make you agree on something, to give us a budget. I don't understand why you think the LGC coming in and taking over the town is a viable option. That puts us in a horrible position, And it's just very disrespectful, and I'm sorry that you feel that way about each other and about us. But we're here for the town. I came here to serve the people of Waxhaw, and that is what I do. And if you are the people of Waxhaw, I serve you as well. So does everybody else, and we deserve better. And I'm sorry. Have a lovely evening.
Rosie, Rosie, when we started the budget process, was your recommendation 0.32? Do you remember?
It was. I found that 0.32 was the midpoint, that we could cover the CIP, we could cover the staff, we could cover the expenses, and I mean, we made a lot of cuts. I mean, we worked hard to present a budget that we seemed fair. And I'd like to remind you also that 46% of the town staff lives in Waxhaw. So the tax rate affects them just as much as it affects you or any other citizen, right? It's important to them, but they also want to be paid and they want to be appreciated. They work hard for the town, and that's the part you're not seeing. And if you do see it, you're willing to overlook it to satisfy what's going on up there. And I apologize if you feel that's disrespectful, but that's just the way I feel. And somebody has to stand up for the staff.
Well, I hope you all feel that we are standing up for the staff here. At least some of us are. I mean, I was part of this board when our staff, when the town won an award, right, for one of the best places to work in Charlotte. And so here we are, and our staff is so unhappy. And we don't have very many people in Waxhaw sitting in this audience right now. I wonder if they heard what was going on, who they would be siding with at this point. And so I will continue to support the staff. I am not going to go with the revenue neutral rate.
Just to be clear, I'm not saying we start at the revenue neutral rate. I'm saying we start at 30 and take and subtract from there so that the staff does get what they need and we don't lose staff. That's what I'm saying. We can get down lower than 30 by doing some of the proposals that I've suggested. So this narrative of us not supporting staff is just false. It's just the spin you're putting on it. Nobody has to be let go with this proposal, with the cuts that I'm talking about. The shuttles is $46,000. The kid zone, minus $30,000. Autumn treasures to one day, when you include staff that doesn't have to work that day, police staff that does not have to work that day, that's adds to that. We have a learning center ribbon cutting. Subtract $6,000 from that. I think the number was $7,000. We don't need to do that. We could just cut a ribbon. We have the new trail ribbon cutting. It was, I think, $5,000. We can cut that down to $2,000. We can look at this data analytics. Do we really need data analytics? That's $8,000. Wingspan, it's a leadership program. Can we find free leadership programs and subtract $12,900? That does not affect staff employment. So the economy's not great. People are suffering out there. I'm looking to give people their raises, all of that. But we have to cut the fat. If there is fat in the budget, let's just cut that. That's all I'm saying.
Tom, if you take a revenue neutral, I mean, you got the extra $900,000. COLA, Barrett, is $600,000 to hire 4 additional police officers. After January the 1st, it's $300,000 to purchase 4 cars. It's $300,000. So, basically on those 4 items, you've already overspent that extra $900,000. So, either you do that, you have to make additional cuts to cover that cost. That doesn't cover, the additional cost on Todd's folks trying to get them up to a reasonable salary range. So there's still a lot of things that are missing. Even if you do the $900,000 extra revenue, you still can't cover everything. Unless you do go line item by line item and deciding what you're willing to pay for and what you're not willing to pay for, which is going to take a lot more time than you got tonight.
Some of the items that Commissioner Wedra did speak to, we did agree to cut. Okay, the others you just mentioned now, we did not hear before. Okay. With that, the interim town manager has made a proposal for the budget to the 31% that you put before us, and even going down to 30. Is anybody willing to agree to either one of those?
Are you saying 30 or 31?
Either one. Pick one.
Given what we know about the budget, we know that 30 keeps the 900 in the CIP and all the raises.
And that's with the cuts that we've already done.
Correct.
Commissioner Wedra had some additional cuts. Then, you know, she would have to make a motion for whatever those are. I don't remember them. There was a list of them. But, I mean, pick one. If you can you pick one? Anybody agreeable to either one?
I was suggesting 29.
No, that wasn't my suggestion.
No, I
My
know it
suggestion was
wasn't your
31 or
suggestion.
30. That's where I was. I'm 31 or 30. Can we do one of those?
$31 or 30? Because if we get to some of the reductions you're talking about, we know that 29 is still very doable with those reductions. Yeah.
Well, you're saying 29 is doable with those reductions, and that's cutting all the CIP, correct? Was
Well,
that cutting
29
all-
doesn't cut the entirety of the CIP, so
No, that
30.
that question is directed to Mr.
You could
Hicks.
very easily add $500,000 of additional revenues and cut your capital from 900 to 400. I mean, that gets you to a 29% tax rate.
But that doesn't leave you with any cushion in that CIP for any unexpected things that may come up.
I'm about $400,000.
You just have 400.
Just
yes.
400 and not 900. The
Right.
31 leaves you with 900 as opposed to 400.
And then you can maybe add to the CIP with additional cuts.
And you could, I mean, if you're comfortable at the $900,000 of additional revenue, you know, that almost gets you to the 29% rate. And with the cuts you've already made, the time you got $100,000 from the board's stipend and another $30,000 from the kid zone, I mean, you're right there at $1 million. Then you still got $900,000 for capital.
And that's why I was thinking, sorry, what?
She didn't understand that that's what we voted for would be. I didn't vote for it. Oh, you didn't.
How we voted for all these numbers. Would 29 cents be agreeable to everybody on the board? And that would be taking our CIP down around the 400 range, which we could then potentially raise again with additional cuts. And then it gets us basically a lot of the stuff that's already been proposed in the budget.
Because you're starting at the 30-cent rate.
Starting at the 30 cents, the
And just
29
using-
seems reasonable. Because by cutting the CIP and then utilizing some of your cuts maybe to get the CIP back.
What cuts are we utilizing? I mean,
We'd have to go through the suggestions that Commissioner Wedra
You
made,
already cut
but we
about
can walk through
150,
those.
so.
Exactly, that's part of it too.
Don, with your cuts, Don, if you're comfortable raising those additional revenue numbers, the 29 cents covers all your expenditures, still gives you $900,000 for capital.
So everything that we discussed already is covered in the 29,
Yes.
including the police department, including the COLAs for the staff. All of that's covered in the 29. And then with the cuts that we already discussed, not any additional cuts, but just the ones that we already discussed, you're saying that you couldn't make the 29 considering the additional 900,000 that you talked
Yes,
about
if
before?
if you're willing to be a little less conservative on your revenue projections.
On your what?
I think if you're willing to be a little bit less conservative on your, your proposed sales tax revenues and franchise tax and ABC tax and your interest on investments, I think we can cover all of that at 29 cents, and you've already cut 150, so that gets you to about the 2-cent reduction it would take to get you to 29 cents.
Would 29 be agreeable?
The big picture we're talking about here is about 4% of the proposed budget. And this is a budget that has grown 70% over the last few years when it should have only grown 55% or so. So it's grown 20% more than it should have. Now, to cut 4% out of that 20% extra that's sitting there, I don't think that's unreasonable.
I think one of the big issues you've got that you don't have a lot of control over, just like your street lights, because of past decisions, you decide to go with decorative lights. Once those are turned over to the town, you pay 100% of the cost, where you've gone from $12 a light to over $20 a light. Time your, time your cost, for employee retirement has gone up. Health insurance has gone up, utility rates have gone up, insurance, your property liability has gone up, your workers' comp insurance has gone up, and those have far exceeded what your percentage of growth by people is every year. I mean, that's a way of measuring it, but, some of the other things have increased a lot more than what our population has increased over time. So I think you kind of got to look at both sides of the coin, because you got different factors influencing either side. So,
well, that's factoring in inflation into my numbers, and inflation affects those things that increase our costs. So that really should be accounted for by what I was talking about.
So 29 is not agreeable then? Would you consider 29, Commissioner Dolan? Sure. Take your time. Grab me a chocolate.
Mr. Hicks, in the budget document that you provided to us, there's the manager recommended column. At the bottom of that column is an increase percentage. Is that the percentage increase of that department over the previous year?
Yes.
Okay. And so, Commissioner Dawn, how does that correlate to the departments that, because some of the percentages you mentioned were approaching 150% plus. I'm just curious where that came from. Is that just over the past 10-year period, or?
That's since fiscal year 20 into 21.
2021. Okay, so over a 5-year period.
Yeah.
That's the growth you saw.
Right.
And I thought I saw you were reading that. Would you mind just real quick, the ones that were over 150%, would you mind just sharing that with me?
Sure. Well, administration, and a big chunk of that is this building, downtown, Parks and Rec, IT, HR.
Sorry, before HR you said something?
IT.
Oh, IT, okay. And then HR?
HR, public services, and emergency management.
I'm sorry, what was the last one?
Emergency management.
Emergency management, okay. And all of these were over 150%?
No, they were over 56%.
Oh, they were over 56%.
Which is what is expected from population growth and inflation.
So,
I guess it's my turn because I somehow inherited administration here. My computer died, so I was just making some notes. As Commissioner Don had said, a big chunk of that is for the town campus. It's not just the town hall, it's this entire 16-acre property that we're paying the debt on, so I wanted to make that clear. It's not a $22 million building, it's a $22 million campus. Since I've been in this role this past year, the assistant town manager position is not being filled. The assistant to the town manager position has not been filled. I absorbed that role. You guys agreed back in April, the Shred-It event is now eliminated from the admin budget. Waxhaw 101, $8,500 is now eliminated from the admin budget. Tonight, the Lobbyist was eliminated, $48,000, plus an additional $1,500 in fees that we won't have to apply to the state because of that Lobbyist position. Wingspan, I just went through and eliminated that. That's another $7,500. We are trying with that admin budget. So the bulk of it is for the campus. Where we could eliminate, we have, and we continue to do that. So we are trying, and I just wanted to make that clear. So 2 positions have not been filled. They probably will not be filled. I've absorbed that role. And as Rosie said, I was helping her with the budget. It's not been a pleasant year. It's doing more than one role is difficult. I'm still here, guys. Throw in, I'm also the mayor's assistant, so folks kid me all the time. I wear multiple hats on any given day. And I will speak, that's most of the people behind me as well. So it's not a single role position we have here at the town. Most of us are wearing multiple hats and doing multiple roles on any given day. And I just want you to understand that and respect that we are, excuse my language, we're busting our butts out here. And we just want you to realize that and understand that. Thank you.
I'd like to say a little bit about the cost. Last budget year, you could change oil in a police car or town vehicle for about $31 to change the oil, the filter, and all that. Now it costs you about $60 this year. Street sign post, you can put up a stop sign with a U-channel post, maybe $60. Now the U-channel posts are $90. The stop signs are like $48. Gas, 2 weeks ago, gas was $2.32 a gallon. We filled up both tanks yesterday, I think it was, and it was $2.75 a gallon. Oil's gone up, signs have gone up. Concrete 2 years ago was $90 a yard. It's $151 now. And then you got to pay somebody to put it down. Asphalt's just about doubled. Everything's going up, so that's why the budget looks like it does, because inflation. PVC Schedule 40, 90, used to cost like $14. The other day we bought one, it was 20, well, with tax and everything, it was $28. So that's what we're fighting out there, trying to, a set of tires last year was about $475. We bought a set about 3 weeks ago at $700. And we got 50-something cars, so it adds up. Street lights went up, they doubled. They used to be $12.85 for just a pole light, and then the decorative lights were like, no, the pole lights were $10 and some, decorative lights were $12.85, now they're $22.52. So when you got, just on one map, you might have 38 lights. Well, that's why the power bill's like $260,000. It just adds up.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate the insight, the input.
So we've heard already from downtown twice. It's very good. I think we're on the same page there. I don't know if Nick from IT is, I mean, Commissioner, don't put you on the list, buddy.
Nick is not here. Matt Falkenberry, Assistant Director. Most of the shift that you're seeing, I think Richard touched on here, was coming from the budgets. Each department had their own hardware, software, and then we absorbed all of that into our budget a couple of years ago. So that was kind of our big, I guess, 150% shift. So that's kind of where IT is.
We've heard from the chief, so we don't want to make him get up again.
So I think one more issue in the IT budget, it does include the new budgeting software, which I think was about $30,000, which I think y'all agreed at the retreat that was probably a good investment. So that's, another cost increase for IT.
Does training come with that cost, or will there be extra costs related to training?
Some training
okay.
available with it. But I mean, also the budget also includes about $29,000 if you want to move forward with the paying of insurance for retirees as they move forward. I think that was one of the options the chief presented to you. That was an action taken by the county several months ago, where they're, putting that plan back into action. And our best estimate for next year, if you want to move forward with that same option, is about $29,000, and that is included in the budget. Someone we missed?
I was just wondering, we heard from Emily, right? For HR, we heard from HR, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Also, building services, I don't think we have anybody here tonight.
Building, no, but just in regards to the healthcare costs, I mean, those go up every year. I mean, they're based on claims, but also just the cost of healthcare in general. It goes up every year. Now, we do have great brokers that get the percentages down as best we can, but those costs go up. And so that's going to be in those salary and benefits, those extra costs. Like I said, we do the best we can to keep it down, but the cost of healthcare in general is very, very expensive. As everyone knows, I mean, everyone feels that in those costs that they pay for healthcare, whether it's group insurance or private. So.
And would you say, based on the evaluations you've done, could the cost of healthcare exceed the rate of inflation?
It very well could. I think
it has.
It has.
It has.
Yeah, it was about 7% this year that it went up. We started out way higher than that, so it came down to the 7, which in the grand scheme of things is pretty good considering the cost of healthcare in general. So it hasn't exceeded inflation rates.
So I said it before, I'll say it again. I think 29 is a good compromise. I think that leaves room for some of the capital expenses we want to insure or continue to fund.
Well,
it does still give us room to maybe make additional reductions and cost constraints. So I'm pitching 29.
yeah, I guess I'm not 100% complete yet.
Sorry.
That's okay. We're here all night. So we heard from Rosie, and the comment was that her department was the only responsible one, which makes me believe that Commissioner Daunt feels the other departments that just presented
I did not say she was the only responsible one. I said
irresponsible with their budgets,
No,
because
no.
that's exactly what he said.
No, I
You
wasn't.
can play it back.
Not really. It's you three who have been irresponsible. Yeah,
No, don't do
with
that.
all of
Don't do
the
that.
inflated budgets that you've passed
It's
over
not
the
the
years.
inflated budgets that we passed. We're not even going there. We're talking about tonight. We're talking about dealing with this budget, and the budgets weren't inflated. If they were so inflated, we would not have gotten an A-plus credit rating that we got, and we wouldn't have had the finance people who come in and audit our books say that our books were in good condition and everything else. We would not have gotten that.
You only
So
get a
it's
good
not
credit
that we
rating
were
because
financially
you use your
irresponsible
taxpayers
people
as
and we put us
collateral.
that. You're not going to say that and do that to us because that's not true.
It's not
But
true.
we are also not going to sit here and make cuts without a plan, a specific plan moving forward as to what that is going to look like for the town. The interim town manager has presented a budget. He has altered that and reduced that rate by 1%. Mayor Murray here has reduced that by another 1%, and still that is not satisfying you. Staff members have stood up here, almost in tears, one of them, or a couple of them, and presented to you how things have been done and what their departments look like and what they will need moving forward. And still that is not satisfying you. So you are not shifting that over here, and you are not pushing that and saying, you three, this is a board as a whole that we have to come to a conclusion with each other how we move forward for the best interest of this town. So
Amen.
don't point fingers, but let's try and resolve this.
We don't have to have a unanimous vote.
We need some kind of vote, and nobody is agreeing to anything. I've said a couple of things. Commissioner Hall has said something. The mayor has said something. The only thing that I'm hearing is that you want to go to revenue neutral and reduce that even more to that 26%. But what is that going to look like if you do that for the town moving forward? What is that going to look like for the staff if you do that moving forward? What is that going to look like for the projects that we have that we need to complete with roads or sidewalks and infrastructure moving forward? What is that going to look like?
The sky's not
Explain
falling. We're
what it's gonna
talking
look
about $1 million out of a budget of $25 million.
So what are you going to cut? Two meetings ago, you approved the Learning Center, which is going to be $1 million black hole for the town. That's too bad. Where are we going to find
That's
this?
rich coming from someone who approved a $22 million town hall.
Okay, here we go again with this town hall. All right, now, the buildings that staff were in, whether you understand it or not, whether you were here or not, I don't know.
all right? But I've been here 18 years. I know the conditions that Todd's building was in. I know the condition that the old town hall was in. I know the condition that the Parks and Rec building was in, because that used to be the town hall building. Now we've got asbestos in there. We've got mold in there. We've got health conditions in there. We got people sitting on top of each other in there. We got the ceiling falling down. We got trouble with the floor over there. People are not safe in those buildings, but we had this land right here, this piece of property that we were able to, we own this. We are not paying $10,000 or more in rent for something that we don't own, that is not useful to the people who are working here, that is not in good condition for the people who are working here, that poses health risks for the people that are working here. We own this building, and we got this building built so that people worked in a safe condition, and also so that all of our departments now are on this campus with additional land that you can build on, grow with. This facility can be used as a meeting space, which we didn't have before because we were in the police department, or we had to rent spaces to have things if we needed meetings with more than 10 or 15 or 20 people, because we didn't have that. So it has been a useful space for everybody to come together and be in a place where we all are on the same campus and able to work safely in safe conditions. So it wasn't something that was done frivolously and we didn't think this out. It was done so that you could grow in, so that you could use this, so that once you're finished paying for it, it's yours. You don't have to pay rent anymore.
Didn't have to go from $120,000 in costs a year to $2.4 million.
Then tear it down.
And if it was so thoughtful, how come the former town manager couldn't even tell us how many officers were in here?
So, did you have anything else, Commissioner Hall?
So we were going down a path with these 7 departments that were apparently irresponsible with their budget, to find out where we cut $1 million. And we've been through this over 2.5 months, in meeting after meeting, line item by line item. And all I heard was, well, yeah, that makes sense. That's a good argument. Yeah, you make a compelling argument. And now here we are. It's decision time. There are people's jobs on the line. There are people's mortgage payments on the line. This is serious business. LMC comes in here, it's going to default to the 38.5 probably. And then I guess we don't even have to come here.
Someone's got to move on this. We have 2 groups that have different thoughts, different opinions, different ideas. Someone's got to move.
Well, they don't need our votes.
Nope, we're getting it done tonight. We're not adjourning. 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
Mr. Hicks, what is HubSpot? Do you know what HubSpot is?
So what was the question?
HubSpot.
HubSpot.
It's in the IT line item.
okay.
It's called HubSpot.
I'll wait for him to tell you.
Okay.
Turn everything over him today.
Hello.
Welcome.
HubSpot is a software that the town uses to run all of the social media accounts off of. It also sends the press releases, the newsletter, and then I believe other departments also use HubSpot for their workflow functionality as well.
I'll just add that HubSpot is also used to collect payments for certain items. Some parking tickets are collected through HubSpot. Just miscellaneous payments, but we do collect revenue through there.
It's also set up to report streetlights out, potholes, damaged sidewalks. You can set your trash up on it. You can set bulk items up. For
Yeah, that
pickup.
runs the Waxhaw Connect app?
I think they changed it and went to the hub.
Okay, so
So that's
kind of
why
replaces
all of this
that?
comes through on our hub. Yeah, we get 2 or 3 every day.
Yep.
No, the Waxhaw Connect is a different software that does that. HubSpot doesn't.
Okay.
Is not part of HubSpot. It also houses all of our forms that we use for advisory boards and other committees that use that function.
One of the things I did, as I started going through the budget, I started asking questions about all of the various software programs we were using. And it turns out there was a function of HubSpot that we were not using, had not used, and that was about $6,000. So that $6,000 has been taken off of that contract, where it was about $28,000 a year. Now I think it's like $21,000 a year. So we tried to make sure we reviewed all of them, and make sure they were serving a useful purpose, that we weren't paying for something we weren't using. So. I suspect staff here has never had this of an in-depth review of the budget. I mean, we've been through each line item, just about every expenditure. I don't think anybody's has probably probed as much as I have in the few months I've been here, and I feel pretty confident with the most of the items they got in the budget is needed, and I think they are very responsible staff members. Are looking out for the town's best interest. There are some things you can cut, but that's a board decision. If you don't see value in it, then it's if staff says it has value, you can take their word for it. You make a decision yourself and say, we don't really see that value, so that's something we can cut. But I can assure you, we've probably never been as deep into this budget with staff as we have this year. I mean, I think everybody's learned a lot. And you can say, when you brought up revenue neutral, you saw your staff did not like what was proposed, but they all stood up here and told you that we will make it work. Whatever it takes, we'll make it work. They even brought 4 things they said you could cut, and they were all starting to make adjustments to their budget. But I think we all kind of came to the conclusion that 26.2 did not cover what it needed to cover. But they were willing to make it work. I mean, they'll do whatever y'all tell them to do. You got a great staff here, and if you want to go revenue neutral, they'll go revenue neutral. They won't like it. They'll do whatever y'all tell them to do. And I think you've got a good staff, and I think, just like I said, they're willing to do anything this board wants to do. We just need you to tell us what to do. And when you do that, we'll move forward. So.
I've spent days combing through this, and it's hard to find anything. There's no single item on here that's going to get you to $1 million. It's a lot of small stuff at this point, and it's hard to look at all the small stuff and think that it's going to add up to $1 million. $1 million doesn't seem like much, but it's still a lot of money, and it's a lot of little line items, and half of them can probably be justified for cutting, and the other half are probably essential. So to come up with another $1 million in reductions, it still seems like a tall ask at this point, which is why I'll continue to suggest a rate of 29 cents. This is politics, people. It's about give and take.
So we got to the 29 by starting at the 30, correct? And then using the 900,000 estimated income tax, sales and ABC and all that, correct? Is that how we got the?
If you do 29, I would recommend that you increase revenues by the amount I've got suggested here.
Right.
You've made almost $200,000 worth of cuts. So at 29 cents, you can do everything that's in the budget, and you still got $900,000 for future capital.
900 to 400,000 with the 29.
900,000. If you go 900,000 on the additional revenues,
If we do the added
then
revenue.
you've already
yeah.
cut about $200,000 out of the budget, which will make up that, the 2-cent reduction.
So assuming higher
Still
revenue,
do everything that was proposed in the 31-cent budget.
so assuming higher revenue, 29 cents still puts 900,000 in the CIP.
Yeah. And based on your cuts, maybe even, a few extra dollars. Any differences, we would just stick in that capital reserve line item.
Does 28 cents sound like a reasonable alternative?
Well, yeah, well, if we delay the COLA and, like I said, and police till January, that gets us down from there.
From 28?
From 29, it's another cent plus. Again, starting at 30.
$29 gets you about, 2.8 cents additional on the tax bill. And I don't remember the exact number, but when I presented you with one chart that showed you got over $3 million worth of increases this year that you had absolutely no control over.
Yeah. And that's a big part of the challenge with revenue neutral is the fact that so many of the fundamental costs of just keeping the lights on and the doors open, so many of those have gone up. Would anyone want to do a motion for 28?
midpoint between revenue neutral and 31 cents is 28.6 cents. So 29 cents gets you really close to the midpoint where I think y'all want to be.
And that makes it a compromise.
Mr. Mayor, I might recommend another maybe 15-minute break.
I think we're too close to stop. I'd like us to sit here and until it gets done. We need a compromise, and we need movement. We need movement on both sides. So it would be nice if we can get that movement done and finalize things.
We don't need movement on both sides because there's
the interim town
an artificial
manager
condition
has
being
made
placed here of
suggestions for
unanimity.
31, 30, and 29. The interim town manager has made those suggestions for that. He has put the proposal together here that we have with the 31. We have made some cuts. We went down. Then it was 30. Then there's some more cuts. Now it's 29. That's what the interim town manager has just stated.
And that's why my last bid really was 29. I suggested 28, but again, the midpoint you said was 28.6, so that's why 29 seems a reasonable halfway point to make a compromise and to get this done.
Doesn't affect me, but I think it's a reasonable compromise to get both sides to a point. I don't think you want to go the other route where you don't adopt a budget and have to adopt an interim.
No, not having a budget is not an option, which is why recessing is not an option and adjourning is not an option. We just need to get off of our stubbornness here and move from our positions and make a choice. I think 29 is very defendable.
And Rosie may kill me, but I think those revenue projections are good. Cindy, can you make a motion?
I guess maybe I won't ask this time, but I'll make a motion for a 10-minute recess.
Motion for 10-minute recess. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, fine, 10 minutes. 10 minutes exactly. I'm setting a timer this time, people. Lost Brenda, lost Sue. You ready, Commissioner Hall? Sorry, Commissioner McMillan. Madam Mayor Pro Tem. All righty. Can I get a motion to resume this Board of Commissioner meeting?
Nobody's listening.
Motion to adjourn.
Can I get a motion to resume this meeting?
So moved.
All in favor? We are now back in session. Let the silence begin. So we've gone round and round a little bit. We were stuck at 29. 29 leaves us with some money in the capital improvements plan, which means we could probably even do 28. So I'll throw out a request for a motion to set the rate at 28. Discuss. Any other motions anyone would like to present? I withdraw my motion of 28. I withdraw my request for a motion. How about that? I could do that. Should have brought a book. I think we'll probably skip leadership reports tonight. Ms. Dina?
I can tell you about a grant.
Did we get a grant?
We did.
Yay.
We got the North Carolina Amateur Sports Grant for $3,000 for the Nesbitt soccer benches. So whoop whoop to Andrew for putting that in.
Thank you, Andrew.
We've got some extra benches coming for Nesbitt soccer.
Yay.
P.S. We have July 4th coming up. Love to have you there, and love for some more volunteers. Mr. Hayden has the volunteer portal up and ready.
Yes.
And we'd love to have you at July 4th on Friday, July 4th at 10 a.m. downtown Waxhaw.
Sounds like fun.
So when it comes to any other vote of consequence, the three of you are quite happy to vote together against us, vote for your developer friends. But on this, now all of a sudden
You're
you need
making
us.
statements that are inaccurate and untrue. Please do not do that. Let's stick to the facts and the information in front of us. That is not true.
It is true.
That is not
Every
true.
major
You
development.
Cannot, just like I
every
can't speak
major
for you.
You're looking for a tax
You cannot
rate.
speak for me.
I'm done.
I'm done too. You can't
Yes.
make accusations about
That's
something
what I'm
that's
done with.
not true.
I'm done with all y'all. I'm done. I'm done with the jokes. I'm done being coy. I'm done. It's 10:30. I am done. One of you groups needs to decide to move on this, and all you got to do is move a little. Move a freaking little. That's all I'm asking for.
We have gone
Someone's
from
gotta move.
31
Make a move.
30 to 29. We have gone from 31 to 30 to 29. Now, if we do not have an agreement at the 29, then we can make a motion to adjourn.
We're not adjourning.
Or we can make a motion to adjourn, okay? Or you can make a motion for an interim budget. But we're not going to sit here and make accusations and point fingers and say things that are untrue. I'm not going to sit here and be accused of things that is not true and that I am not doing. So we can either go along with the interim town manager's suggestion at 31 or 30 or 29, or you can propose an interim budget, or you can make a motion to adjourn. But that's it.
Let's keep this constructive. Let's keep it on topic. We're looking for a rate, and a rate that'll keep the lights on and the town happy with the amount of service that they've been getting. What rate do we want to rate? What rate do we want to approve? Someone say something.
The last suggestion I heard from the interim town manager, once again, was 29. He has gone from 31 to 30 to 29. That's what I heard. Am I correct, sir? Thank you, sir.
Can I get a motion for setting the tax rate at 29?
I make a motion for the original budget tonight of 31 cents with none of the cuts that were made tonight.
All in favor? The motion's been made for 31 cents. The motion's been made. All in favor? Roll call vote. Started on that end last time. We'll start on this. And Commissioner Hall, what's your vote on 31 cents?
Nay.
Commissioner Hall. Sorry?
Nay.
Nay. Commissioner Westlake. A pass is a yes. Commissioner Wedra? No. And Commissioner Daunt? No. All righty, so that was a no to 31. We had a no on 30. 28.6 was the halfway point between revenue neutral and 31, which is why I was suggesting 29. I will ask another time. Can I get a motion for 29 cents?
I make a motion for the original 32 cents that was presented at the very first budget meeting that included the captain position for the police department.
Motion on the table for 32-cent tax budget. Keeping it fair, we'll just go back and forth. Roll call vote. Commissioner Daunt, 32 cents on the tax budget. Nay. Commissioner Wedra.
Nope.
Commissioner McMillan. Commissioner Westlake. Yes, and Commissioner Hall.
Nay.
No. So no to 32 cents. So based on my data, it's getting colder the higher we get. I need some movement, people. This has to pass. It has to pass tonight. It's going to pass one way or the other. if we don't pass this, it goes very bad very quickly. So I need a suggestion, I need a motion. You know, that can get you detention in the 8th grade. You realize that? Good thing we're not in the 8th grade.
I make a motion for the 29 cents with no stipend cut.
Yeah, that was the no stipend for, yeah, that's already got approved. But anyway, 29 cents is on the floor. Can I get a roll call vote?
Excuse me, it's not a
Oh,
motion.
no stipend cut, sorry. Okay, very well. So sort of a compound motion at, what'd you say, 29? 29 cents and reinstating of the commissioner's stipend. Roll call vote, starting with Commissioner Hall.
Nay.
And Commissioner Westlake. Commissioner McMillan. 29 cents and the reinstatement of the commission stipend. That sounds like a yes. Commissioner Wedra. No. And Commissioner Daunt.
So that's a 29.
I don't think we should take a stipend.
So 29 and no stipend? Would you like to make a motion for 29 and no stipend? We really got to get this done. We have another busy night tomorrow night, so it'd be nice to get this done tonight. We've only been at it 4 hours, so I think if we give it 4 more, we might get something done. I need some movement, people. Water in the cup. Fresh cup. Some water. Any water left? Oh, sorry. Cup's clean. think I got some still. I'm good. Thank you. 28.6.
Like 29 cents
I tried that.
is a compromise. I think this side can say we beat y'all down from 31 to 29. This side can say we were at 31 or 32 and we went all the way down to 29 after they beat us down. I mean, I think neither side's going to win. I think this just happens to be one of those situations where, you know, you're going to end up with a budget neither side's happy with.
Which is a typical
I
indicator.
beg you, don't go the interim budget route. I mean, it just causes all kind of problems. Like I said, you can't set a tax rate. If I read that right, you can't charge fees. So if a person comes in and wants a building permit, you can't issue it because you can't charge them a fee for it. Basically, you're just going to pay the staff and keep the lights on. Then your staff's going to be sitting here doing nothing. Because they can't provide any services because you can't charge people for it.
I'll make a motion for 29 cents.
The motion has been made for a tax rate of 29 cents. All in favor? I heard one.
Do a roll call.
Roll call vote. Did I? All right. 29 cents. We will vote for a third time on 29 cents. Commissioner Daunt, how say you? That was one yes. Commissioner Wedra, 29 cents. What say you? Aye. McMillan? That's a hand up. Looks like a yes. Commissioner Westlake? That's a yes. And Commissioner Hall?
Aye.
Aye. Did we want to revisit the
No.
board stipend?
Yes. Oh, we do?
Would you like to make a motion, Commissioner Wedra? Or, sorry,
No.
Commissioner Westlake?
Actually, I think it's me that has to withdraw it because
Well, we voted on it. So,
He can make a motion to reconsider, and so that's just reopening that for discussion. And the reason that he can do that is because he made the initial motion. It's
Tonight.
the same meeting, and he was part of the winning side. So he can reopen that motion for consideration, but if you don't vote, it just remains as it is.
understood. So what action would you like to take, Commissioner Hall, then?
I'll just make a motion to reopen it for consideration. My reasoning is because we made the motion very quickly and there wasn't an opportunity for discussion.
So does that mean we want to vote on it again, or are we saying we should look at it and see how it fits in with the budget?
What he's doing is asking for more discussion on it if anybody wants to discuss it.
Okay. And a revote occurs at that point then?
Yes.
Yes.
It's
He
a-
can make a motion to revote, and the vote can be the same or it can be different.
Okay, very well. Any questions or concerns regarding the topic on the board stipend?
Well, I was not clear on what we were voting on, and I was asking for clarification because I had already made the motion to remove the COLA increase, so I was not clear what the actual motion was that we were doing, and I think, did you say the same?
No, I said I thought that it was reduced by 4,000, and I didn't know that it was 100 and...
Reduced to 4,000.
Right.
Yeah.
Whatever. I don't know.
Okay, so it sounds like we should vote on that again. Is that your request, Commissioner Hall?
Well, I was opening it for discussion so that we could, so that everybody was clear on what I said, because I think not everybody was clear.
Okay.
So, discuss.
Okay.
Well, I would say that for myself, I work a full-time job. I take off, I use my personal and vacation time to do a lot of these extra meetings. I also attend sit on the DWA board. I sit on the parks, the Friends of Parks and Trails. It's a lot of extra time that I cannot do without some additional stipend for that time.
Understood. Any other comments before we vote on this again? All righty.
Well, is someone making a motion?
Do we need a motion?
Well, I think while we're under discussion, should we discuss reducing it to something? Because I'm for, obviously you know where my head's at, but I would like to hear from everybody else.
Well, we certainly all agreed, I think earlier, even when this whole thing started, I think we all agreed that we wouldn't apply the COLA to the board salaries or the board stipends.
It would be removed.
Right.
Yeah, we would.
Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of the baseline of where this whole budget discussion started. So it's really just a matter of, do we want to entertain the idea of reducing it some amount, or are we okay leaving it as is?
Well, I mean, I think we should treat ourselves the same way we treat staff. So, if the rate we've selected reduces things for staff, it should also reduce things for us proportionally. I mean, we should share the burden.
We're not reducing staff, are we?
Not reducing anything on
No. What
staff.
he's saying is the percentage that's being reduced would be commensurate with the elected official stipend line item.
Exactly.
I mean, you have a motion that was adopted, made and approved to reduce the stipend by the COLA, which was about $3,800.
Yeah.
You had a second motion to completely do away with the stipend with the exception of $4,000. So if you want to change it, I would suggest if you want to keep the stipend, just make a motion to keep the stipend at the current level.
I would make a motion to keep the stipend at the current level.
All in favor of the motion to keep the stipend at the current level?
Oh, sorry.
Well, is that, Jason's got to do it? Sorry.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, I thought we were still having a conversation with, because Commissioner Don had made a recommendation that it be reduced in proportion. So I was curious what
The 3% COLA is technically what everybody was going up. We weren't cutting anyone's pay. So Nobody's pay was being cut, so to take away the COLA from the board essentially mirrors then the delays that we were proposing earlier. So.
Right. Well, I mean,
if you're fine with
look, out of consideration to Commissioner Westlick, if she wants to go with the usual board stipend, I'm supportive.
Okay, so we're going with the board stipend and reducing the COLA? I mean, not reducing, but eliminating the COLA.
You've already
Is that-
taken
Is that what you,
the
is
COLA
that what
vote.
you'd like to do? Is that what you? Yes.
That was
that's
one of
what
your
you-
earlier votes. All you got to decide is if you want to put the stipend back in at the current level.
Okay.
Okay, so I think it'd be easier if I just go ahead and completely withdraw, make a motion to withdraw my motion, and then we'll correct it with.
Is that satisfactory then, the withdrawal? Very well.
So are you going to make a substitute motion?
No, I'm not.
He just withdrew his motion.
Perfect. All righty. Let's see, what else is on the agenda tonight?
Well, we got to vote on it, right?
I lost
We do
my
have to,
agenda.
What?
We have to vote on it.
We do have to vote on it.
Oh, we have to vote?
Yeah, he's making a motion to withdraw his motion, so you have to vote on
Okay,
that.
aye.
Aye.
The motion's now withdrawn.
Can we make a motion to adjourn?
What does that mean?
Just a point of
though?
clarification.
Where are we at, though, now?
Yeah. Just a point of clarification.
I really don't know.
Was the COLA removed already?
That's what the
She
mayor
took a
said.
vote on that first.
The original motion that
Mayor said.
Commissioner Westlick
Okay.
made was to remove the BOC COLA.
Okay.
I think that was at the first budget meeting.
Yeah, that was the first motion, I think.
It's late.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
Can we make a motion to adjourn?
As soon as I find the agenda.
What?
All righty. Can I get a motion to adopt the proposed operating budget ordinance, which we made adjustments to? So how do I need to call for this motion at this point?
And just a point of clarification, as we do this, what we're agreeing to is the 29-cent rate that includes the town staff.
Yeah.
Really,
We're
it's
not-
29
We're
cents?
not putting it off for 6 months or anything. Okay, very good.
I mean, it's 29 cents to be basically divvied up as the interim town manager determines can be done.
Okay, it's understood.
So with that in
Thing-
mind, what,
the-
sorry, go
Sorry, so
ahead.
the main thing cut in that was the CIP. Was that, or we won't have it?
29 still gives us funds for the CIP.
Yeah.
You still
Not,
almost, yeah, you have.
Not the 900, but I think
Yeah.
we still
So
get
29
400.
still gives you the $900,000.
Oh,
We'll raise
that's right.
revenues by
With the revenue.
$900,000.
oh, okay.
I mean, you've made enough cuts to make up the difference by reducing the tax rate 2 cents.
Yep.
So everything else that we adjusted or included, including staff, whatever we're doing here.
It's
we
all
don't-
in there.
And the police and all of that stays.
all in there.
All in there, and
Yep.
we're at 29.
Yep.
Okay, so can we make a motion?
So as I understand this, Barbie, I would be requesting a motion to adopt the ordinance with the rate of 0.29 cents
Correct, and as amended,
as amended.
yes.
Correct.
So just add at the rate of 0.29 cents and as amended.
And then I will be asking for a motion to approve
The reductions that you all
as amended
made
would be all
here.
the stuff that, yeah,
with the reductions that you all
voted on
implied,
this evening.
voted on this evening. That's
Okay.
what's included in that 29.
Should I state this as just 0.29 cents?
Yes, 0.29
Yes.
cents.
Per thousand?
0.29 cents / 100.
You're basically adopting the budget ordinance 0.29 cents as amended by the
As
board.
amended, already.
Yeah, as amended.
I think that's all
Very
you
well.
need to say.
And then there's a motion here to adopt the capital improvements budget ordinance.
Right, they're two
Which
separate
we're not-
motions, so you'll need to act
Do that
on
as well.
each of those separately.
Okay. So here we go. Hold on to your seats, people. Can I get a motion to adopt the proposed operating budget ordinance as amended with the 29 cents per $100 rate as discussed? And this would be, someone read that motion. Motion to adopt the proposed fiscal year 25-26 operating budget and ordinance ORD 2025-009. Can I get a motion for that?
With what, at 0.29?
At 0.29 per 100.
With the
with the...
As amended.
With the amendments and adjustments as voted on and agreed to this evening.
So moved.
All in favor? Any opposed? That's consensus, people. Can I get a motion to adopt the proposed capital improvements budget ordinance, ORD 2025-010?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All righty.
Can I get a motion to adjourn?
I don't know. Let's see what this says. Anything else here? We're going
Now,
to skip the leadership
capital-
report.
The capital budget is also at the same rate, so you'll need to
Should I
include that.
clarify that?
Yes.
Okay, so I will withdraw my previous motion for the capital improvements budget, and I will ask for a new motion.
I don't think it includes a tax rate.
No.
You're basically moving funds from the general fund to the capital budget, so I don't think
no
you
tax
need
rate
a tax rate.
Yeah, it's a money amount, not a tax amount.
Okay, so we're good.
Okay.
Rosie, you don't need there's no tax rate associated with the capital improvements budget. Yeah.
All righty. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We now have a budget.